Hi there, good afternoon. Welcome along to the MODUS Super Series for another double session of darts. We've got Group C coming up this afternoon and then Group B this evening. Chris Mason will be with us all throughout and was yesterday. We'll start by having a little look at the Group B table before we move on to today's action, because after last night's play, this is how it ended up, a straight sort of separation, 2 points between every player, but Cam Crabtree as good as at finals night. Yeah,
he's pretty much there, and he's got certainly 1 foot in there and probably 3 or 4 toes. One more win and he's guaranteed. I think surprise package, Sean McDonald, because he's not played in the Super Series since last June down in Southampton, so we didn't quite know what to expect, but he was solid, if not spectacular. Very reliable as always. Mike Gillett picking up a couple of wins, but the big shock and surprise was Conterman. Just did not perform. In 3 of his 4 matches, well below par.
Yeah, Jack Hill as well had an interesting night, didn't he? At ADC qualifier, he looked terrified at the start of the evening, but he lost 4-0, then 4-1, then 4-2, then 4-3, so he could do the complete reverse tonight.
Yeah, he got better in increments. The more he sort of relaxed and started to enjoy his time and just sort of, you know, take it all in, he got better and better and better, and he was smiling by the end of the night, which is nice to see. You know, we want... I think you picked up on it. You said, well, he must be a lot better than we've seen in the first game because of you could tell by the disappointment when he was not throwing a good dart. So by the end of it, he played some good stuff. He literally, game on game, leg on leg, improved, and that's what we want.
Yeah, in terms of the numbers, one player stood out, and that was reflected in the league table. We just saw Cam Crabtree, that highest winning average, but his other averages weren't far behind it either. Yeah,
I mean, I would have thought he'd have been over 90 for the night because he was totally consistent. I mean, a running average of 88.14 is pretty impressive. Best leg was a 12 from Crabtree. And when you look at the checkout percentage down at 31.9%, that's below where we would expect to see it. So that just shows you how good the session was actually in the end.
Yeah, decent stuff, particularly when we had a couple of averages in the 60s as well. But attention this afternoon turns to Group C. The running is ready to go. So we'll take a look at how the table is positioned going into the final day of action. Kevin Painter top of it, level on points with Franz Roach. Ryan de Vrede, though, hot on their heels.
Yeah, it was an impressive day from Kevin, just losing the 1 game. France was, it was night and day up to what we'd seen before. We know he's got a high ceiling, but it's usually sandwiched in between a bit of mediocrity. Ryan de Vrede was there or thereabouts. He picked up 3 wins, so he's right in the mix. And Carl Hamilton will have to get off to a good start, but unfortunately, he's playing table-topping Kevin Painter in game 1.
Talking about key moments as well, that 156 from de Vrede, he hit that in a last leg decider with Painter sat on tops. This group could be as good as over had that not gone in.
Yeah, absolutely. You'd think Kevin was there and very much like Crabtree with 1 foot in the finals on Saturday night. But with that 156, he's very much in the mix, and we've seen a couple of shots like that yesterday. A couple of key big shots where players were ready to pounce at 3-3 and didn't get a go.
Right, for once, the bookies seemed to get it badly wrong yesterday. So let's see if that Group C betting has just been turned on its head completely by what's happened. And there you see Kai Fan Long, who started out as favourite, now 80-1 to top this group.
Yeah, you wouldn't mind being on the Franz yesterday, which I picked out at 10s. He's 13-8 now. You can pretty much cash out and enjoy your money. But he will fancy trying to chase Kevin down, but I think if Kevin beats Carl Hamilton, then this group, in terms of the top, is done and dusted. But second spot is still up for grabs. So de Vrede at 9-2 could be a bit of value.
Top tipping from Chris Mason this week, it has to be said. Here is Aces Acker for today. What have you gone for and why?
Again, from what we've seen yesterday from Kai Fan Lung, just absolutely nowhere near the levels we've seen from him before, and I can't see that changing overnight because it hasn't changed in the last couple of months. -1.5 in the handicap. Painter against Tony O'Shea, and again, that's on the basis of how Tony played yesterday, 5-6, and again, another handicap bet. And unfortunately, Tony on the end of it against France at -1.5 at 6-5 pays over 10-1. A nice little return, but please gamble responsibly.
Absolutely. Let's see if Macer's good run does indeed continue. We're about to see if Kevin Painter's good run continues. He's in action in the opening match. He takes on Carl Hamilton. And when the pair met yesterday, this is what happened. Yeah, Carl Hamilton opening the leg with a 180. Kevin Painter leading the match 2-1 at the time. And Hamilton then, well, a couple more darts in the treble 20. Opting to switch and leaving himself on a 1-4-4. Now, we've only ever had 2 9-dart finishers in this venue. Conor Heenahan producing both of them. And Hamilton stepped forward, found another, and another. But the double 12 was just beyond him. That's how close he was to producing perfection here at the Super Series. Would have just been the third one that we've seen in this venue. He did end up losing the match to Kevin Painter, who is sitting pretty at the top of the Group C table, as we saw. So can Hamilton go one better and produce a perfect leg? And can Painter carry on that run towards finals night? We'll find out. This is the first of 15 matches in this session, and in commentary to talk you through all of them, Chris Mason is joined by Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much, Chris. A very good afternoon, everyone. Welcome along to the MODUS Super Series, where by the end of play today, we'll know the full 6 identities of our finals night field tomorrow for week 11 of the third process here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. When it comes to Group C glory, it's Kevin Painter, who is in the box seat, but level on points at the top of the table with Franz Roach. For Carl Hamilton, he would have felt there was still a little bit left in the tank following his opening day campaign yesterday. He'll be looking for a push on day 2, and on 4 points, he'll probably need the perfect day if he is to push himself in the persuasion for finals night tomorrow evening. Daniel McNamara, the talented Irish referee, is going to be in charge of all of the proceedings throughout the course of the afternoon, and alongside me here in the commentary box, it's Chris Mason. Hello, Chris.
Afternoon, pal. Did you enjoy a little bit of sleep?
Yeah, it's a bit overrated, isn't it?
Recharged. Ready to go. Big day today. And we will know so much more in around 10, maybe 15 minutes' time about which direction this group is going to go. If Hamilton, who nearly hit the 9 against KT yesterday, but it did come from nowhere in our final match of the session. He can pick up a win. It opens things up for the rest of the group.
57.
Yeah, that was the final game of yesterday where
60.
Painter won by 4 legs to 2, hit 3 maximums and a 90.6 average, but was struggling a little bit through the pain barrier over the course of this week.
96.
Tried absolutely everything physically possible to try and overcome it, but it's just been one of those where no matter how hard you try, it's just not been able to rectify itself. But still playing some top arrows is
100.
The man from Rugby.
154.
Yeah, he's due to go and see somebody about it Monday, which he's not looking forward to, because anything around muscles means pain when you go to a place like that. He will manipulate it and try and find out what the problem is. Sounds very much like a rotator
27.
cuff issue with a trap nerve.
Value requires 76.
So 16 and tops for Carl Hamilton to take the opening leg of the day.
On the first
and
leg,
does so in impressive
Hamilton.
style. Hamilton leads Painter by a leg to 0. 18 dart leg, 6 visit leg to kick off his day. Solid enough.
Second leg, Kevin to throw first. Game on.
Just kind of got a trouble in most visits to try and see himself down to the finishing range. And once he did, took full aplomb with the
38.
start on the outer ring. One of the other players in this group, Tony O'Shea, Kai Fan Lung, Ryan de Vrede and Franz Roach. You'll see all of them 5 times over the course of the afternoon if you are new to us here at the Super Series. And we'll be dipping into our friends at Sporty Stuff TV from 3 o'clock.
Yeah, interestingly,
137.
they make Kaya an 80-1 shot to win the group, but they're still very strong on him in regards to
95.
individual matches, and he's favourite in quite a few of them, which I find surprising.
Well, it wasn't just the bookmakers that fancied Kai Feng Lun's chances.
44.
The poll which went out on Twitter for all of you at home to vote on gave Kai Feng Lung a 33% chance of going on and grabbing Group C glory. So there was
140.
expectation regarding him this week. Just hasn't quite lived up to it. He'll be taking on Tony O'Shea in our second match of the day next.
60. Cagliari 170.
Well, he nearly treated us to a 9 darter yesterday. Can he treat us to the fish here? He didn't have to go for it with Painter back on 2-2-2.
77.
The Richie Beno score, as we like to call it, the Super Series. We'll leave that to Corin to try and do the impersonation.
52. Cagliari 93.
For a 2-0 lead for Carl Hamilton, 93 is what he's looking for. What's going to happen? And so it's now going to be
53.
Painter's attempt to try and notch the fish.
170.
Oh, another one of them. Would have left the bullseye. So Hamilton set square on tops to take a 2-0 lead.
100. Cagliari 40.
Continue. A tidy start.
30.
Can't be
Kevin
giving
Uruguay 70.
KP shots at 70. He shouldn't be getting a go. It may make you pay. Tops.
30.
Interestingly, back to the longer
Cagliari
cane.
10.
There has been some movement in terms of the darts of KP
Change on
this
the
week.
second leg,
And the
Carl
movement in this leg
Hamilton.
sees Carl Hamilton stretch away from Kevin Painter, opening up a 2-0 advantage, doubling the lead he has now over the artist.
Third
And
leg, Carl
in next to no
to
time
throw
at all,
first.
finds
Game
himself halfway towards the victory post.
Little slow out of the blocks. Yeah, interestingly
81.
yesterday where he used the shorter stem to with a lot of success.
Well, he's tinkered from that, from leg 1 to leg 2, because he actually
59.
started the match with those shorter red stems. So it's obviously something that you can actually see on the table. I don't know whether we can get a shot of that next time round, but you can actually see on the table some flights in there. On
134.
I had my head in my notes, making notes.
I was wondering whereabouts in that treasure
29.
trove you were.
Carl was the 6-4 dog in this one. Kevin, not surprisingly, 1-2 favourite.
134.
Won the tie yesterday, 4-2. All right, so we're going back.
Yeah, we're going back to the red ones. As you can see, there's 2 sets on the table for Painter. Obviously undecided between one pair and the other.
Well, yeah, I mean, out in the practice room, they can feel totally different to what they feel like on stage. And until
27.
you get up there and go through the motions, you don't know.
152.
And they're 2 types of setups that have completely different trajectories through the air as well. So will feel different in different conditions.
Yeah, and you can see how differently they sit in the board,
116.
which is what Kevin is trying to achieve. He wants it sat up, so when he's in and around the 60, the bed's open.
60. Cagliari 36.
Double 18 for 13 darts, an improved leg, and to open up a 3-0 cushion on the artist. Well, he's decided to split, but by splitting it, he's found himself in the trouble bed. And so it means now it's double 6.
No score.
Well, that might actually end up being a little bit of a happy accident despite the mess.
Absolutely. Be happy to, well, without hitting it, be happy to go back to 36. Could have ended up on double
77.
3 and then double 1. And
Cagliari 36.
all sorts can go wrong from there.
Game on the third leg, Carl Hamilton.
Well, even with that A little bit of a mess at the end of leg 3. It was still only a 16 dart hold.
Fourth leg, Kevin to throw first.
Be more than
Game
happy
on.
with the start, unlike Kevin Painter, who will be mystified. Now, he had a couple of issues yesterday where the pain became so bad he just didn't feel like he could draw the arm back, and the actual injury
60.
or problem is on the left side, but it's going across the scapula and the trapeze muscles.
This is day 5 for
77.
Kev. Can it get to a point where the body just kind of caves in?
Yeah, I mean, I think if he was in this much pain on day 1, I mean, it was there, but of course he was. It's different when you're constantly doing this.
43. 84.
And so Hamilton, he's just been solid enough when he's needed to be. He hasn't had to resort to any level above that so far.
No, averaging in the 80s. 3 out of 9
77.
on the double, had the 76 out. Just steady away.
92.
Just chipping away at his opponent, although it is Painter who is first to the finish in this particular leg. He's only had 1 dart at double so far in this game.
83. Kevin, you require 130.
You'd imagine from this point he is going to get more because he's got 6 on this 130, so it doesn't have to go chasing the bullseye here. Can lay up handily
100.
enough. Ton these himself on double 15.
$77. Kevin, you require 30.
If you're 3-0 up and going to have a stinker, just make sure it's on your opponent's throat.
Game shot on the fourth leg, Kevin
16
Painter.
darter from Kevin.
Brings him back to 3-1, but this is the leg that Carl Hamilton would have pinpointed in any instance because this is the one he's got the darts into. Get the job done, and if he can get it won here, moves on to 6 points, but also the margin of victory, I mean, it would be -3 in terms of the legs difference. That's something that he is going to have to
73.
dramatically arrest today. Well, next, Tony O'Shea up against Kai Fan Lung. And then
58.
Ryan de Vrede up against Franz Roach. I feel like we're going to see a different side to Ryan today.
81.
A little chat with him after the session yesterday. He felt a little bit disappointed with parts.
Yeah, it was just-
96.
well, he actually came in to watch some of the darts last night, and I was having a chat with him in between, and you know, I feel like one day I can score and can't finish, the next day I can finish and can't score, and it's just
134.
combining both.
Well, I think we all ask that question, don't we?
55.
said to him, ask Chris Lamman what the secret is.
Seems to be the man with the MODUS touch at the minute.
58.
And Carl Hamilton, 155 points away from the match, and he is going to get 6 for it.
58. Carl, you require
For a heavy victory and to really
155.
compound Kevin Painter. Defeat here would put him on to +8 in terms of legs difference if it's done in this particular
70.
leg. Franz Roach would then have the opportunity to go 2 points clear in game 3 against De Vrede.
Yeah, and better in the leg difference department.
134. Carl, you require 85.
That's given Carl something to think about. Got to go 20 ball. That's a bonus, double 5 for the match, 4-1.
80.
Not to be
Kevin, you
this time, and so
require
to
100.
chalk another leg back. It's a ton for Painter. Tops.
60.
Not to be, and that may well be
Carrier
the final
wire
darts he
5.
throws in this encounter as Hamilton returns for 5 for the match, down for double 2. Well, they
Game,
say
shot,
twos never
and a
lose, and in the
Carl
case of
Hamilton.
Carl Hamilton, it ensures victory against Kevin Painter by 4 legs to 1 to kick off his campaign for the day. Coming up after the break, it's the silverback in action, Tony O'Shea up against Kai Fan Leung.
Well, that first result of today's play opens things up in the Group C table. Carl Hamilton beating Kevin Painter 4-1. A reverse of the result yesterday, Painter winning that one 4-2, and it means that it gets a bit bunched up in the race for the top 2. Hamilton now joining De Vrede 2 points off the top 2. Kevin Painter crucially staying on 8 points. Does that now open the door for one of Tony O'Shea or Kai Fan Leung to join the race? They'd have to have a fantastic day to do so. 4 or even 5 wins needed. So for any hopes of being in that race, this is a must-win match, you would think. Chris Mason and Henry Deacon on hand to talk you through the second game of the day. It is O'Shea against Leung.
Thank you very much, Chris. So, game 2 of our session sees the silverback back in action here at the Super Series. We always look forward to an appearance from Tony O'Shea here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Now 61 years of age is the man from Stockport, 3-time World Championship finalist, up against Kai Fan Leung, who at the beginning of yesterday was the bookmaker's favourite to go on and win the group. He was very much fancied by a lot of punters at home as well. A little bit disappointed with what we saw from Fat Beauty on his first day here at the Super Series, hoping for an improvement upon day 2 in this particular competition. And when you look at the daily averages for the 2 players and the statistics in terms of finishing, there's not really a lot to separate the pair.
No, and it was mismatched darts for Tony in this tie yesterday. It was our
First leg, Tony to
penultimate
throw
game
first.
of the session, and
Game on.
Kai Fan Leung eventually came back and beat him, which was Kai's first win of the day.
97.
It'll be interesting to see the response from Kai Fan Leung today. Just by his high standards and standards we've seen in the past,
60.
it was woeful.
It felt almost beyond characteristic. That's very O'Shea. We were
60.
talking in the advert break there. The throw still looks okay, but there was just times in games where majors are broken down every now and then.
Yeah, and that's when you're either trying to make an adjustment
83.
or possibly force a dart into a place where there's not too much room and you can just tend to over pitch it. But all in all, I thought it looked okay. I mean, it's not changed.
100.
There's no erratic movements. There's no shoulder. The elbow doesn't climb or flare. I could play you a video back from 20 years ago and there'd be very little in it.
100.
Nor would you see a change in the setup that O'Shea uses either. One of those players where he's used the same setup pretty much for the
39.
entirety of his career. The exact opposite to a Peter Wright.
Yeah, he's not strayed too far over the years.
125.
But coming into this, Kai's form was a concern, hence why I opposed him at every opportunity yesterday and thought the 6 to 5 in this group
Kai
was
require
a little laughable.
133.
Hence why he's now 80 to 1. The space of 5 matches, 6 to 5 to 80 to 1.
97. Tony require
Max Verstappen odds would
161.
Collapse that much if a wheel fell off. Still find a way to make the podium, wouldn't he?
137.
That was that
Kai
famous
require
British Grand Prix,
36.
wasn't there, where Lewis Hamilton, so they pitted Verstappen in the Red Bull, trying to go for the fastest lap as Kai Fan Lung goes for the fastest first
Age
leg
on the first
as he gets
leg,
there for the
Kai
break
Fan
and throw
Young.
against Tony O'Shea. Well, they actually pitted Max Verstappen, the Red Bull, knowing that Hamilton was so far in front that they wanted the fastest lap. Now, Hamilton's tyre blew on the last lap of the race. Now, if they didn't pit Verstappen, Verstappen would have won the Grand Prix. And so Lewis Hamilton, a bit like Lightning McQueen in the film Cars, got over the line with 3 wheels.
140. $40.
A bit like Lightning McQueen. Who's going to have that ka-chow today?
$123.
At the moment, Kai Fan Lung.
And this is night and day compared to what we saw in parts yesterday.
60.
Just looking back at his averages in the opening match, 74.8. Then a
40.
64.82. Then a 77.46. Then an 85.28. That was his best performance of
44.
the day. And then a 72.04 where he picked up his first win. I mean, the 88.41. Sorry, the 85.28 was a 4-3 defeat to
66.
Hamilton, who averaged 86.75. I thought Crabtree was impressive last night.
Very.
Really solid.
83. Kai require 132.
And he had to deal with different types of hurdles as well along the way. That's what impressed me more than anything. You can win matches convincingly, but there's also other ways of getting over the line. And you had to deal with different types of challenges. The one at the start where Gillett came right back at him. Then you had that game against Jack Hill at the end, which could have so easily have gone the other way.
64.
Yeah, he almost got a little bit too involved in that. He wanted Jack to do so well. They built up a real rapport in there last night in the players' room.
100. Kai
Very
require
supportive of
68.
our debutant and, well, absolute beginner in Jack Hill.
A little story about that practice room and the next leg, because Kai Fan Lung's looking for the ball.
27.
Didn't have to go for it with O'Shea back on 174, but a very prominent soft tip player, so he's good at that particular segment of the board.
Well, sometimes.
134.
Not that
Kai
he wasn't.
require 41.
Live closer.
Tops.
And the one's not convincing, is it? It's just a single one, so real chance here for Tony
9.
to steal.
Tony require 40.
In those last couple of visits, O'Shea may feel he can sense an
Team
opportunity
Jonathan
arising as he
Tony
breaks back
O'Shea.
and levels up at one apiece. Okay, it was a strong start for Kai Fan Lung, but we've just seen a little bit of a deviation.
Third leg, Tony to throw first. Game on.
But as you mentioned, that practice room last night, very supportive of Jack Hill and his effort. It was just a nice room full of nice people. I mean, I was going
41.
through to the gallery during a game last night, and I was basically stuck in there for a leg because they wouldn't stop chatting to me.
Weirdos.
99.
Meanwhile, this is quite a nice group as well. But me and Chris Murphy went out for a little bit of dinner between sessions yesterday. And on the way back through to the
85.
venue, we walked through a couple of streets and that on the way back. And as we're heading towards the venue, we hear someone shout, "Oi!" It was Tony O'Shea outside.
119.
And they're having a mini pool tournament, all the players in the group afterwards, spending a little bit of time together, which was really nice to see.
Who picked up the tab?
134.
No idea, I never went that far. But it's nice to see. Now, of course, they're the bitterest of enemies when they're on stage, but off it, there was a really good camaraderie between all the players in this group. And when you're with each other, and this is where this tournament's unique to other events where you just turn up on your session and you're just trying to keep focused. Whereas if you're in a small room and you're playing 5 matches with the same people, well, you've got to try and get to know them a little bit, and they've definitely enjoyed each other's company this week.
Yeah, and when we have seen a little bit of need, or it just festers in there and creates a bad atmosphere, which fortunately is a rarity.
94. Kai require 154. $83. Tony require 120.
There was a miscount. 78 was what was left.
$60. Kai require 71.
Very little reward.
Double 16. To continue the breakathlon at the beginning of this match.
55.
Tony couldn't watch.
Tony requires 60.
Come on. Think this out. And try and attack the Kai Fan long throw. Double 10.
50. Kai requires 16.
You'll feel opportunity missed there for O'Shea. The opening was there. He couldn't find his way through. Open bet at double 4.
12.
Not to be, and so O'Shea will get a
10.
Second crack, this time at double 5. That's a nicely pitched guide. Where's 2 of them? It makes the bed bigger.
5.
But he couldn't find it.
Kai require 4.
And so we go on.
Yeah, that will hurt. So a real opportunity there. Again.
Games on the third leg, Kai Fan-young.
I think for the couple of players that have been struggling, which include Tony and Kai, just want that one big performance. Just
Fourth leg, Kai to throw
lift
first.
your confidence.
Game
and
on.
Make you fancy it. At the moment, I know what both are going through. You just sort of look at the target and you, please go in.
59.
Rather than you look at someone like a Chris Lamb and you go, get in. And it's just a different mindset when your confidence is not on a high.
60.
It gets to the point where you're more hoping than forcing the issue.
Oh, for sure, you're just throwing it in the general direction.
59.
Quick updates from the Euro Tour to save you switching around all over the place. You can just stick with us. Nick Kenny has beat Maraz Erasmus 6-4. Mickey Mansell,
59.
6-1 winner against Zhukov's. And Ratajski's good form continues, a 6-2 win over Owen Roloffs.
So a little bit of Owen back in Southampton, didn't we, for a
39.
couple of weeks? One of many great Dutch dartists who have graced this
58.
particular competition. We're going to see one of them tomorrow night in Chris Lamman. You can join us tomorrow night. And how do you do that, you ask? Well, scan that, the Tungsten T-Rex, which is on your screen now. It will send you to a link
44.
to dartshop.tv, and you can purchase your tickets for tomorrow night's final, or indeed the final for next week or Champions Week, for a meagre £1 booking fee. And don't forget, we have some
85.
brilliant offers as well. Free drinks for £10 and a great night's entertainment guaranteed. We are in Portsmouth at the Modus Live Lounge on the south coast of England. Why don't you come and join us and put the
58.
Modus Super Series on your bucket list?
Yeah, a real unique, very old school type of atmosphere.
140.
Just enjoy sitting down and being entertained and watching some darts. This place is for you. What we're seeing as well is regular faces
95.
returning
It's only
and
require 99.
coming back. Maybe not every week, but every couple of weeks I tend to see a familiar face.
59.
And it will
I
become
require
a sort of regular spot,
147.
won't it? It is limited to 100 seats, or 100 tickets, should I say.
It is one of those venues that relies on regulars. It's great to see those people that come here. But we want you to be a part of the
77.
experience at the
It's only require
Super.
40.
You have to get it off the bucket list. You really do. If you like having a good night out, having a good chat with friends whilst watching live sport, this place is for you.
30. Kai requires
prefer-
70.
There is a VIP package available, isn't there? Which you can win.
More details about that coming up in the next leg, because Kai Fan Lung here are going to get the job done in leg 4 to move a leg away from the match by pinning tops.
Games on the fourth
That's
leg,
exactly what he
Kai Fan
does.
Young.
He's a leg away from getting the job done against Tony O'Shea.
And what could go wrong is going wrong for Tony here. He's had
Fifth leg, Tony
12
to
darts.
throw first.
9 darts at a
Game on.
double. He's only hit 1. Kai Pan Lung's had 12 and hit 3. The opportunities have been there for Tony. And they were
60.
there again in leg 4. Tell him about the competition, Henry.
Indeed, because it is quite the competition. It's on the
140.
Modus Super Series Twitter page. It's at MSS Darts. It's the pinned tweet at the top of the page, and we are celebrating 3 years of Modus
100.
Online Darts and giving away a VIP package to Champions Night in Series 3. Now, that's on Saturday, the 6th of May. All you have to do is follow the Twitter page, like and retweet the pinned tweet at the top before the 29th of April, and you can win this package.
57.
A one-night hotel stay on the 6th of May, 2 Champions Night tickets, 10 bar tokens, so 10 drinks on the house, and a signed dartboard
25.
by the 6 combatants. Not a bad prize to win, put it that way.
Yeah, and the hotel's only around the corner, so I ain't got to worry about getting a cab. Time permitting, I may even give you the
140.
grand tour.
See where me and Chris make the magic happen.
Steady on.
95. Kai require
Say.
164.
Can Kai make the magic happen and finish off with a 164?
$59.
Well, still a chance for Tony. I think he needs a 2 treble visit. And that's a blocker. And again, it's just trying to work around that dart, and that's where the stray ones are coming in.
44. Kai require 105.
So 6 darts here for Kai Fan Lung to get the job done and to seal a second successive success over Tony O'Shea. He's going to come back.
$69.
And sets himself up nicely on double 18 upon his return. So all Tony can do is apply as much pressure as he possibly can.
27. Kai require 36.
Is this the final curtain in this particular contest as Kai Fan Lung stares down the barrel of double 18 and now double 9 but he pulls it inside, and so O'Shea
No score.
with a Hail Mary
Only
effort
require 150.
at 150 to keep this contest alive. Going to go, and so Kai's going to return back at double 18 after busting the previous effort.
36.
Green hand. And he
Game
needs
shot
the one.
and the match, Kai Fan
It's
Young.
back-to-back wins for Kai Fan Lung, and they are both against Tony O'Shea, whose misery continues here after what was a tough day yesterday. When we do return, Ryan de Vrede up against Frans Roach.
Ball 1, Joe Taylor, Garrett Tilly, and ball 2, Craig Nixon, Robin Young.
And so a repeat result for Kai Fan Lung over Tony O'Shea, winning both their meetings, the end of yesterday and the start of today. Again, not a really glittering, sparkling performance, but a win is a win is a win. And Kai Fan Lung gets his second on the bounce against the same opponent and might be starting to climb up the Group C table. If we take a look at Kai Fan there in 5th place. If he can start to pick off other opponents, who knows, he could climb up it. He plays Carl Hamilton next, and then Frans Roach, who's in action against Ryan de Vrede in this one. If de Vrede wins that and Lung gets a couple of wins, then suddenly they're all on 8 points. Things can change very, very quickly in these groups, but it is time to see de Vrede against Roach. And again, similar position to Kevin Painter in the first match here for the German player Frans, who, if he wins, will put a big buffer between himself and the chasing pack for those top 2 spots. But if de Vrede wins, well, it does blow the race for the top 2 wide open. So we'll get this one underway in the company of Chris Mason and Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much, Chris. Yes, the big games continue to arise here in Group C for Frans Roach. He can put a little bit of daylight between himself and 3rd place in the group, which is ultimately what he wants to try and avoid come the end of the day, because if he can, then he's going to be into tomorrow night's final. As for Ryan de Vrede, there's a little bit of a point to prove, I think, from his perspective today.
Game on.
Oh, thanks for that, mate. Can you try and elaborate for me why Ryan is the 8-13 favourite for this? When they met yesterday, it was a fairly convincing win for Frans, winning 4-2.
If I could come up with a
60
summary of it, I will let you know, because you'd think Frans at 6 or 5 is a really good price. Look, we've seen some good stuff from Ryan de Vrede this week. There's no doubt about that. But if you look at yesterday, Frans was the strongest player in this group.
What was we had the averages up, didn't we?
85.
What was the average yesterday for Frans?
So Frans and de Vrede have the 2 highest averages in the group, 82.71 for Roach. De Vrede wasn't actually too far behind, 82.38.
Maybe they're basing it on that and the fact that Ryan has the throw, but
140.
But if the scoring averages are the same, the big difference could come in the finishing, because if you look at the stats for yesterday, de Vrede on the doubles was down 93. At 22%, whilst Roach was up at 41%.
Yeah, that could well be the ultimate difference in these two, but oh, that was a wild one.
It was a little bit on Tuesday,
85.
didn't we, with Frans?
Usually towards the back end of the day, though. Yeah, again, Friday is double session day. We're back at 10 p.m. this evening.
43. Frans require 131.
Exciting looking Group B. That's on Sporty Stuff TV for those of you outside of the UK. That's on our Modus Super Series YouTube channel. Make sure you subscribe. Just click that thumbs up button for us and don't forget to hit that bell. Double 10 for a beauty.
111.
And if you're on social
Ryan
media,
Wire,
at
160.
MSS Darts, all one word. Facebook, Instagram, Twitter and TikTok. And if you want to get in touch direct to the comms box, you can on Twitter.
Friends
just
require 20.
to make sure, tag Henry in it.
Is at H_D on top of at MSS Darts on Twitter as Roach goes for this double 10.
No score.
Well, he's now had 4 opportunities to get this leg done.
102.
He can't do it, so De Vrede's back on a mid-range finish here on the 102. So it's going to be up for double 18.
84. Friends require
Returns
20.
for tens.
Yeah, dart number 5 to break throw in leg 1.
Game shot of the first leg.
No
Friends
mistake
Roach.
at all this time. 19 dart, break of throw 1-0.
Second leg, Friends to
And right from the
throw
get-go, the
first.
ball is in the court of
Game
Franz
on.
Roach. This is his sense, maybe not a must-win as of yet, but one that De Vrede would like to, well, he'd like to keep his options as open as possible. A win here for Roach would then put him
55.
4 points clear, and then he's chasing Kevin Painter.
Well, there's going to be a little bit of added pressure because he's just seen Kevin Painter lose. and
100.
that will have pricked the ears of Franz Roach. But of course, the odds compilers would have been unaware of that.
100.
This morning. I mean, I know they're good, but they're not that good.
$125.
They've been a bit blindsided by Ace Zaka, though, this week.
Yeah, they took a bit of a pumping, which is nice. Good to see the punchers
60.
getting a bit back and lots of positive feedback. Although, not as much as the negative
45.
feedback when it doesn't come in. And as always, they're not opinion-based. I didn't walk past something this morning and seen a sign that maybe come in and think, oh, that might win. It's not like the Grand National.
60.
All the bets are pretty much statistic-based.
So what you're saying is there's no tarot card readings around here.
No, absolutely not. Yeah, I didn't put all the names in a hat with a
101.
particular bet and pull them out. Oh, we'll do that.
Although there's some weeks where it feels like that's probably the most logical thing to
Yeah.
do.
Yeah, absolutely.
45. Ryan, you require 130.
Well, last night's group had a bit of that.
Well, Javeda had 6 darts to get this leg one. He's going to
44.
need all of them, and even when he returns, it's 86, so it may still only be the 1 dart of the bullseye upon his return, and he's going to be placed upon a bit of pressure here by Franz Roach.
85.
Not
Ryan,
as
you
much as he
require
should have been after
86.
dart 1.
May not be a dart of the bull now. He's going to need the treble, doesn't get it.
$78.
Tidies up.
Friends, you require 96.
This was an element of his game that was fairly strong yesterday.
That same target, no, went double 18 for double top to
56.
double his lead, but it's not going to go.
Ryan, you
The
require
thickness
8.
of a wire away.
Twos.
6. Friends, you require 40.
Well, he's been given ample opportunities to win these legs as
Even
Franz
from the
Roach,
second leg,
and he now
Franz
opens up a
Roach.
2-0 lead. He's just doing what he needs to do at the minute.
Yeah, it's not pretty, but it's effective.
Third leg Ryan to throw first. Game on. $140.
Still awaiting our first max of this session.
$140.
McNamara hasn't had to
42.
raise his voice to the same tune that Justin Bradshaw had to last night.
$140.
But that's back-to-back 140s to start this leg from Roach against the darts. And he really has wrestled
57.
authority in this particular leg.
$100.
So congratulations to Nathan Aspinall last night, winning the Rotterdam leg of the Premier League.
41.
Gezi
Franz
goes
Uruguay,
top.
121.
And also, it's the British Internationals, isn't it, this weekend? Good luck to
97.
everybody taking part there. Huge honour.
100. Franz Uruguay, 24.
This is for 13 dart leg, a
In
much
from the
improved
third
leg for
leg,
Franz
Franz
Roach.
Roach.
And he is racing his way now towards the finishing line. He has just gone through the gears. He's decided to accelerate his way
Top leg,
forward,
Franz
and he
to
may
throw first.
turbocharge himself
on.
forwards into 2 points. And onto double digits, the first player to do exactly that in this group.
45.
And it could have quite severe consequences because Franz's next game is against Kevin Painter, and if Painter wins that one, then De Vrede has got it all to go, has it all to do. As De Vrede hits the first max of the day.
$40. $97. $45.
Lost his way here after the max from De Vrede.
100.
I think Ryan's just a little bit better when there's a little bit more rhythm to his throw.
45. Ryan Uruguay, 124.
Yeah, he seems like the type of player, and we saw it on Wednesday, which was his best day of the week so far.
45.
When the arms relax, we see some really good stuff from him.
This will be a breaker throw for Ryan.
140.
3-0
Ryan
can
Uruguay, 79.
quickly become 3-2 with a hold if he gets this 79. Tops. It's a bit awkward, bit high.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Super dart.
Ryan De Vrede.
Moves left, slots it in. 15 dart breaker throw. Franz never in
Fifth
the
leg,
leg.
Ryan to throw first. Game on.
It's followed a similar pattern to legs 1 or 2, but with one key difference. De Vrede actually managed to take advantage of the opportunity on that occasion instead of opening up the door for Franz Roach.
140.
Kicks off this leg in impressive fashion.
It follows a similar pattern to game 1 and
60.
game 2, where you just think anyone that can put on a spurt for enough time will just have enough to dispose of their opponent.
140.
Back-to-back 140s. Maybe the spurt you're talking of is happening now.
140.
But Roach just gives him a little bit of a tap on the shoulder with a 140 of his own. Not that it's going to matter, because De Vrede goes big. He hits a max, his second of the game, to leave himself on 41 after 9.
135. Ryan Your 41.
What's unfortunate about that is it's no finish. There's no pressure on
Games
this.
on the fifth leg, Ryan De
And that is
Vrede.
a beauty, an 11 dart holder throw.
And as you rightly said, 3-0 can become
Looks like friends
3-2 in
to
next to no
Rovers.
time at
Game
all,
on.
and that's the case here. But Franz Roach has the darts to get the job done here.
100.
Kicks off Ton, which effectively forces De Vrede into a 2-trouble visit.
59. $100. 125.
All right, you at all this week. This time next week, you'll be out there in the Netherlands with Murph and Dan.
I can't wait. Looking forward to doing my
140.
first Euro tour. Do love the Netherlands. Great people.
140.
Very
Friends are for
friendly and welcoming.
161.
Massive darts fans as well.
Pretty much ticked off the bucket list now,
26.
haven't you, in terms of events covered?
Yeah, I've pretty much done. Well, New York I want to do, Madison Square Garden, because I'm a huge boxing fan, so that could kill two birds with one stone. I've been there before.
Friends are
When I
for
went to
135.
Connecticut, I stopped in New York to do the usual things.
99. Ryan Your 40.
Trying to turn this game on its head. Double 10 to send us the distance.
Games on the sixth leg.
A little bit of
Ryan
a
De Vrede.
roar and a let out of emotion there from Ryan De Vrede as he go all the way to a deciding leg.
Well, he was averaging in the
Seventh and
60s
final leg, Ryan
in
to
the first three
Rovers.
legs. He's averaging about
Game on.
107 in the last three. 41 darts used. In fact, I think it's a little bit more than that.
43. $60. $90.
More like 110.
By far an acceleration on what we've seen so far today.
100.
He's put 20 points on his match average.
96. $100. $102.
He's himself on the fish.
This has been some comeback.
45. Ryan Your 170.
Coincided with a bit of a collapse from Franz. Ryan been forcing the errors out of Franz.
134.
It's not going to be in 5 visits or less, but likely to be in 16 darts.
100. Ryan Your 36.
Well, he's pulled out big moments when he's needed to in this game, Ryan De Vrede. And he
Game
finds
shot
that winning
and a match,
double.
Ryan
And you
De
could hear
Vrede.
what it meant to him as he gets the better of Franz Roach by 4 legs to 3. A huge win for De Vrede. He lets everyone know the significance of it because it means it's 3 players tied on 8 points following the end of the first round of fixtures.
Well, what a turnaround that was. Ryan de Vrede coming back from 3-0 behind to topple Franz Roach. A 4-3 success for the Dutchman. 4 out of 10 on the doubles, 79 check out the high for him. A couple of 180s in there as well. But more importantly, that run of 4 legs that turned things around in the game and might just turn things around in the table. Roach could have pulled clear to 10 points. Instead, we now have 3 players tied on 8, and that could become 4 in the next match as Carl Hamilton takes on Kai van Lung. And even if it's Lung that gets a win, then he joins the race for the top 2, just 2 points off the pace all of a sudden. So that victory, hugely significant, especially when you consider that Roach led it by 3 legs. As I mentioned, the next match is Kai van Lung against Carl Hamilton. It was looking halfway through yesterday that maybe this would be a game that didn't matter. Well, it certainly matters now, and on hand to guide you through it, Henry Deacon and Chris Mason.
Thanks, Murph. Yeah, big game all of a sudden. I expected Franz to win the last one and looked home and hosed at 3-0. An average of around about 107 in the final 4 legs for De Vrede made him pretty much unplayable. This man should be buoyed from that result in match number 1 against Kevin Painter, where he won 4-1. I'm sure he would have been watching Tony O'Shea versus Kai van Lung, and well, there shouldn't be any fears going into this one because Kai van Lung averaged 71.34.
It's just not quite happened. I'm just hoping that previous game was just a little bit of a spark for the rest of the field, because what we saw in the opening round of matches hasn't quite been to the level that we come to expect of the Super Series. We have to be perfectly honest in that assessment.
Being so kind. Remember, no one can give you grief for telling the truth.
And in fairness to the players, they are always the first to admit.
39.
In fairness, I don't think I've ever heard a darts player say they've ever played well.
No, the only time you'll probably hear
49.
If there's a match that had no missed doubles in there, well, if they didn't miss anything, because yeah, we have this bizarre way about us where we can always find a fault somewhere.
85.
Yeah, there's more fault lines in a dart player than there is tectonic plates.
I remember hitting the first ever 9-darter in the World Masters, and Bobby George was stood behind me, and obviously I was ecstatic. And when everything calmed down, he said, "Well, it was all right."
40.
Said, but trouble 19 was nowhere near the middle.
Cheers, Bobo.
Yeah, it was tongue in cheek.
140. 44.
And we'll Hamilton stomping the darts.
118.
I don't know about you, but my assessment of Carl so far is he gets out the gates well, but can sometimes be drawn into how his opponents are playing.
41.
Yeah, well,
I require 108.
A horrible trait of just dropping his head. Gets frustrated a little bit too quickly. That's a brilliant recovery.
90. Carl, you require 47. Game shown in the first leg, Carl Hamilton.
1-0 Carl Hamilton, breaker throw in the opener.
Well, I'm not going to gloat because I thought I had it
Second
right
leg,
in the
Carl
last
to
one.
throw first.
3-0.
Game on.
I mean, that's certainly the best we've seen Ryan play over
54.
a sustained spell. We've seen good legs from him and decent matches, but 15-11, 15-16.
And again, we were very lucky to
100.
speak to Ryan last night in the auditorium whilst watching Ian Conterman play, and I just felt like he was going to come in today with a fresh mindset, and I think we saw that come to fruition in that opening game.
$60.
Yeah, his average over the back of that match, the final 4 legs, was just touching 106.
58.
You consider the game coming up next, he could very quietly go under the radar now.
We'd like to do our dart player's birthday.
60.
Well, he may be listening in, but happy birthday to Fraser Hill.
100.
Well-known darting figure in Stoke-on-Trent area.
$59.
So Roger Jansen's birthday, the Belgian player.
Happy birthday, Roger.
135.
Let's just hope that Murph hasn't stitched you up with another Murph's memories.
An update from Euro Tour 5, the Austrian Darts Open. Disappointment for Menzies as Ricardo Petretsko has defeated him 6-4.
58. Carl, you require 54.
Tots are 2-0.
Game on the second leg, Carl Hamilton.
Cameron lost there with a 98-57. 95-34
Third leg, Kai to throw first. Game on.
for Ricardo. Isn't that what people call Richard in Essex? What, Ricardo?
28.
Very Gavin and Stacey, isn't it? All right, Gavlar.
Yeah, exactly.
58.
What makes me laugh is out in America, they know James Corden is his big name TV chat show host. In the UK, we just know him as Smithy.
98.
Big in America. Nice, big everywhere.
190.
That was a big visit for Carl Hamilton.
His first of the day.
85.
He's finding something here.
180.
And I think the rest of the group may want to be put on alert a bit.
$57. Carl, you require 83.
Solid enough against Tony O'Shea, but now he looks as if he's just going through the gears a bit.
$43.
That'll do. Now we'll see. Potential of another 11 dart leg, but tops after 12 for 3-0. He will take every day of the week and twice on a Sunday.
68. Carl, you require 40.
All 10.
No score.
Decided to bust the score with Kai Fan Loon back on 165. Smart play there from Hamilton.
See, Sean Murphy got beat at the snooker. Not quite sure how wise it was. Oh, hang on a moment. 13.
133.
So now there's a bit of pressure. We'll just hang on a
Carl, you
moment.
require 40.
Tops for Carl.
Games
Tops he
on the third
gets.
leg. Carl
Yeah,
Hamilton.
I'm not sure how wise it is to attempt to do the media stuff for the Beeb and play.
Full like Carl to throw first.
Now, you've been involved in
on.
the fact that you've played and commentated at the same points in your career, but you tried to not commentate whilst you were playing.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
24.
I don't. For one, it leaves you in a position of scrutiny, and yeah, I don't think you can.
100.
I don't think you can do it properly. I think you have to separate the two.
Interesting, because Mark Allen's doing likewise, but he's not going to be in vision with the BBC, and he said he
59.
actually enjoyed the fact he can just, maybe one morning if he's got nothing to do, he just sits in and talks and it breaks up his day. Does a lot of it maybe depend on how you approach things?
Yeah, I think if you
60.
look at your schedule and obviously there's big gaps in the early stages of Worlds, and you fancy, if you prefer to practice in the afternoon or the evening or the morning.
39.
What I would find, even now when I'm trying to sort of, my prep has started for the seniors masters, last thing I want to do after doing this for 4+ hours is then spend 2 hours on the board.
44.
My head is fried. I'm darted out.
Plus, who wants to sit next to me if they don't have to?
46.
He was on the telly this morning, Sean Murphy. He was doing the punditry bright and early. We've seen with Joswell.
95.
I fondly call him Mrs. Doubtfire.
59.
Oh, and a liar. After his ridiculous claim that I've done a hole-in-one, a 147. I'll give him the 147 and the hole-in-one. I know
125.
people have never played golf before and hit a hole-in-one, but he claims to have hit a 9. Maybe a score of 9.
100.
To end the
I
debate of all
require
debates, we actually saw
77.
147 last night here at the Super Series. I'm not.
I actually was doing a show and Sean Murphy was there and he had to throw darts as a bit of fun in between. I was doing darts. He was
27.
doing snooker. I've seen he must know people have seen him play darts. So to make that absolutely absurd claim is. Well,
64. Kai require 50.
I just got to a stage where everyone should just appreciate the hard disciplines that sport
the
provides.
difficulty involved in both is incredible.
Games on the fourth leg. Kai Fenyon.
Are we following the pattern of the previous match? Certainly not in terms
Fifth
of
leg.
quality,
Kai to
because
throw first. Game
it
on.
was a 21 dart breaker throw. The comeback for Ryan started with a 180 and a 15 dart breaker throw.
81.
bit like that who's better at a Messi and Ronaldo debate.
58.
Just enjoy what you're watching. Is that the old Rio Ferdinand sentence?
And aren't they both sort of different types of footballer anyway?
It's like comparing Shane Warne to Alistair Cook.
109.
Kai Fan Lung finds his first max.
Yeah, they do it in boxing a lot, but the eras are
100.
totally different. So much has changed. It wouldn't be unusual back in the day for a fighter to have 6 to 8 fights a year. I mean, way more than that. I mean, there's obviously cases, but on average,
99.
6 to 8
Kyle
fights a year
100.
way back when. Now they have 6 to 8 fights and they're given a TV slot.
Went tops,
40.
tops. Hamilton all the way back on 2-4-4. And maybe we are seeing that pattern begin to emerge again where a player from 3-0 up is going to see their lead slowly but surely evaporate.
134.
That's good pressure from
Kyle
Hamilton.
requires 60.
You're at tots, but is that first start intrusive? Yes is the answer as it clatters onto the barrel of the first.
50. Kyle
Get the
require
job done.
110.
110 for Hamilton. 90 left. Triple 18 was the intended target.
49. Kyle require 10.
Are we beginning to follow the pattern? Once
from the
again, a
fifth
player's
leg,
conjuring their way
Kyle.
back from behind.
Well, this is the big leg for Hamilton for me. The last leg
Six
he
leg
will
Carroll to
have the
throw
darts
first.
to serve it out.
Game on.
Oh, and I did throw down a gauntlet. I'm a man of my word. I said Murphy can have it. He ain't got 8 or 9.
42.
I'll donate £5,000 to charity if he hits back-to-back 180s in 2 hours. He's got 2 hours on a perfect setup. Off he goes, and I'll donate £5,000
81.
to any of his charities.
There you go, Chris. That's a task between sessions.
Yeah, I don't know why people don't
99.
call people out. You know, if you make a claim, stand by it. If not, shut up. Well, there you go, Sean. You crack on, son. We'll even come and film it. You can even do it here.
100.
Should feel at home here in a church.
96.
What did you make of the comments regarding Ronnie O'Sullivan and Hossein Vafai?
Don't know. It's rattling a hornet's nest, isn't it?
125.
I tried that with Taylor many a time and came a poor second best.
190.
That's just a little bit of a skip in the step there with Carl Hamilton as he hits his third max of the match, and maybe because it's going to leave him on 84 to get the job done.
$34. Carly require 84. $52. Kai require
He's basically saying to Kai,
161.
you can't take 161 out. On this occasion, he's correct.
89. Carly require 32.
Yeah, the job done.
Game
And
shot.
Carl Hamilton
And
is a
match,
4-2
Carl
victor over
Hamilton.
Kai Fan Leung, and it means now we've got a four-way tie at the top of the table on 8 points. And so next up is a big top of the table battle between Kevin Painter and Franz Roach.
Welcome back to the action here at the Modus Super Series. Carl Hamilton getting a victory against Kai Fan Lung that kind of ends any hopes for Lung after the opening win for him against Tony O'Shea. It's a 4-2 defeat at the hands of Hamilton, who has put himself in the picture with 2 victories at the start of today. That one you can see there, and an earlier 4-1 win against Kevin Painter. And it means that this group is getting very, very tasty and set for a real grandstand finish. Painter still sits at the top of it, level on points with Franz Roach, and that pair are about to do battle. But Ryan de Vrede and Carl Hamilton also on 8 points, and it's a 4-man race for 2 places at finals night on Saturday, where Chris Landman already awaits, having won Group A. Now, Painter and Roach have, of course, played in Group A, and yesterday, Painter winning 3 of those 4 matches. If he can do it again, he will move clear at the top, but the same applies to Roach. If he wins it, he goes top of the table. So a really important tussle, and on hand to guide you through it, Henry Deacon and Chris Mason.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris, because the winner of this one will set the pace at the top of Group C. Well, what we saw from round 1, well, both players lost their games, but Franz Roach put in the more promising performance of the two, 83.97 the average, but he was 3-0 up against Ryan de Vrede before going on to lose 4-3. As for Kevin Painter, it was a 4-1 defeat to Carl Hamilton, but there was just maybe points in that game where Kevin just looked in a little bit of discomfort.
It's a little concerning. He looked out of sorts, and as you say, he looked in a lot of pain. He was hesitant, wasn't he?
First leg, Kevin to throw first. Game on.
Just got to watch himself here, because a defeat here to Franz, and it'll feel like he's free-falling, but already looks more assured.
The good thing from Painter's perspective is he's had a sizable gap between game 1 and 2. He's had 3 matches to get over that first defeat, whilst for Franz, well, he's had the shortest possible time to prepare for this one, following that 4-3 defeat to de Vrede. He's only been off the stage for around about 20 minutes or so.
$60.
As the bookies were concerned, Kevin Painter went off 8-13. Franz Roach was 6-5. As Painter piles in the match's first maximum.
Welcome back, KP. He did give Franz a thumping, didn't he, yesterday? 4-0.
100.
Franz only had
Kevin, you
2
require
darts
96.
at a double in the entire match. Kevin took that aggressive 1-6-1 out when Franz was way back in the 200s. He was 50% on the doubles, 1-180 and an average of 88.5.
As to be said, that was what we like to call the low sample for Franz yesterday. He really did struggle in that particular encounter.
45. Kevin, you
Struggling
require
a little bit at the beginning of this one as Painter looks at tots for 13 darter.
Game shot in the first leg, Kevin Painter.
What a difference a game makes.
Yeah, maybe Franz is still smarting after
Second leg, Franz to throw first. Game on.
Ryan pegged back from 3-0 to beat him full 3.
140.
I feel like with Franz, watching him the last 5 days or so, we can tell a lot by his body language at the back of the stage. These are both players that will tell you exactly how they feel at all times.
Yeah, neither would make particularly strong poker players, that's for sure.
85. $77. $100.
One of the players in action this evening on that Euro Tour Vitislav Sedlak. We had the pleasure of his company a few weeks ago, didn't we? Here at the Super Series. Good luck to
54.
him tonight. Faces Chris Doby. After all that.
Yeah, I felt like he was one of those players, Vitislav, who I think will be much better for a second appearance here. Now he's got
81.
used to the format and the environment here.
Absolutely.
Great to see new nations being represented here at the
37.
Super Series.
Friends, you
Now
require
we're going to get a lot more of
95.
an oceanic flavour in Series 4. We've already got a German in Champions Week. That's courtesy of Lukas Wenig. Franz Roach looking to join him there.
49.
And they'll leave 46 after 15 to level the contest up at one apiece.
$49. Friends, you require 46.
And he's going to get 6 at it.
Be doing our announcement this evening of our lineup for next week.
I like the look of it.
Good, isn't it?
Oh, yes. Well, 7 here.
32.
This could get a little bit precarious with Painter back at 159.
Bit of a strange route that off 46, isn't it? Again, just because of the breakdown. It's very, very mental, that.
99. Friends, you require 14.
Well, he's going to split again for double 4.
6.
Now,
Kevin, you
I was
require
surprised
60.
that last time he didn't do that. He knew that Painter was on 159, but here's tops. And now 10s.
50. Friends, you require 8.
Not happy, KP.
An opportunity missed, wasn't it? It was a real gift opportunity.
4. Kevin, you require 10.
Tense moments, missed doubles at a crucial portion of a crucial match. For 2-0 Painter and to obtain the break of throw and to put him in full command of the match.
6.
And Franz Roach gets another opportunity, and if he loses his leg, there's only one person to blame, and that's him. He had the opportunities, he was well
Friends,
in
you
front in
require
his leg,
4.
but he's now frantically struggling down at the double 2 to try and get the job done. He scrambles for the southeastern part of the board,
2.
but he can't find his way in. And so Kevin Painter, for what would be a real
Kevin, you
steal of a
require
leg,
4.
wants to target that Franz has just missed.
He had 10 darts at a double here, Franz. Yes, he has.
No score.
Well, that was wild, and Kevin's expressions
Friends, you require 2.
tell you exactly what you need to know. Don't think we'll see this on the highlights reel. Edging closer,
No score.
but not far enough.
Kevin, you require 4. No score.
And so we go on. The gasp, but come on
Friends,
from
you
Kevin
require
Painter.
2.
This leg goes on.
Game shot
But
the
no
second
more.
leg. Friends, Rich.
Well, we don't often see 31 dart holder throw at the Super Series, but on this particular occasion we do, and it may well be the most crucial 31
Third leg,
darts
Kevin,
we ever
to
see in this
throw
competition
first.
because of the significance
Game
of that
on.
leg, because if Painter broke, he would have opened up a 2-0 lead, but now this leg is all about who can respond from that error-ridden leg the best.
70.
Just not too much you can say about that, is there? It's just one of those.
60.
Just a reminder that the top 2 in this group will be joining Chris Landman in tomorrow night's final here at the
140.
Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Play gets underway from 7:30. They're going to be joined by 3 players in Group B. It looks like Cam Crabtree is going to be one of them.
100. 60.
'Following this one, Tony O'Shea
45.
against Ryan De Vrede. What a start he's made for the day. He will have the opportunity to join the winner of this one on top of the table, where
49.
currently 4 on 8 points. Very quickly, it will become 2 on 10.
60. 140.
Well, that 140 puts Kevin in cruise control of this leg.
A little presumptuous, isn't it?
$68. Kevin, you require
presumed
42.
right. Well, we saw this in the last leg.
Really? Oh, 27, 11 for double 8.
Game's on the third leg, Kevin Painter.
Well, that one's a little quicker than the last.
Fourth leg, friends to throw first.
Decent enough leg
Game
there
on.
from KP. More importantly for him, he's 2-1 up.
135.
It's one of those matches where you just now want to get it done and just get it won and get off the stage as quickly as possible.
100. 190.
A very, very rare max from Franz.
They've been like Halley's Comets.
43.
Yeah, he'd hitting 3 in 25 matches, I do believe.
This is Tom 40 hitting that
100.
really impressed us. Dropped a dart there. Now, we saw previously when he was here at the Super Series that he had struggled to kind of get his darts out the board, and Gavin Carlin was a little bit too quick to the mark accidentally. And, well, we nearly saw his hand stuck to the board. Where there's a blame, there's a claim.
It's close, wasn't it?
I'm sure there's a gag to be had somewhere there.
43. 81. Franz, you require 43.
A 2 apiece. Tops.
Game's on
Well,
the
we are
fourth leg,
incrementally
Franz
getting
Rich.
better in this game. 15 data there for Franz Roach. It's a best of 3 in this top of the table tussle.
Fifth leg, Kevin to throw first.
15 with a
Game on.
rare max in there.
100. 100. 96. 140.
Another one of those 140s you mentioned.
96. 95.
Well, that wild treble 5 means that Roach isn't on a finish, and so Painter now 6 starts of 209 to establish a lead at 3-2.
80. 98. Kevin, you require 129.
Start on 19s here. You're looking for treble 19, but a single leaves 110. Treble 20 and ball.
89. Brandy requires 68.
So for the break your throw. 16's corridor. And it's going to be the double.
52. Kevin, you require 40.
Didn't really scare it, did it? And so Painter's back for tops for the hold.
Game shot of the fifth leg, Kevin Painter.
17 dart hold puts him a leg closer.
Six leg friends to throw first. $45.
And that trebleless start has just began to open the door once again for Painter, who is giving it absolutely everything. Good start. The question is, what is this man on your screen now going to do in response?
$36.
Not much. Kevin stolen the darts after one visit. Just needs to back it up.
45. $81.
No, anything can happen on finals night, but can you see past a potential final if it works out that way between Crabtree
16.
and Landman?
The only caveat would be the curious case of the Continent at night time, because there's nothing to suggest that he doesn't go out tonight and win all 4 matches with a ridiculous tally of averages, because we just don't know what to expect from him, if the truth be known.
Yeah, he was my pick last night alongside Crabtree to be the top
45.
2. Not necessarily in any order, but not the case.
Being the cam last night, he's actually got a fellow Champions Week inductee in his corner. Owen Bates has come down to Portsmouth to
140.
Oh, lovely.
help him out,
Oh, that's
cheer him on.
nice. That's great. Love that.
I've heard rumours that Cam Crabtree and Chris Landman are actually in hotel rooms next to each other. So not just staying at the same hotel, they're staying in the adjacent rooms. As Painter is looking to make sure there's no room for anyone else at the top of the table, but the 116 isn't going to go.
42. Friends require 154.
Screw us up, and to take us the distance, the 154 isn't going to go. And so Kevin Painter now has 74 points standing between him
Kevin
and the solitary lead
74.
at the top of this Group C table. So double 16.
58.
2 match darts come and gone.
Friends, you require 108.
How costly could that be? Couple of options here. Looking at 19. Oh, 17s. 4 of those for tops.
68.
Doesn't go, and so Painter returns to double 8.
Good effort, though, wasn't it?
Give it a scare.
Game shot.
But it is Kevin
Kevin
Painter once again who takes a solitary lead at the top of the table. The first player to move on to double digits by getting the better of Franz Roach by 4 legs to 2. After the break, Tony O'Shea up against Ryan de Vrede. It's Kevin Painter for the pain barrier. Sees himself top of the pile.
Well, we did indeed see Kevin play through the pain barrier before the break there, but he's proving a pain for Franz Roach this week. Kevin Painter winning 4 out of their 5 meetings, 4-2 in that one, and that is a victory that pulls him clear at the top of the Group C table. After losing his opening match of the day, Kevin Painter now moves clear of the field. And he's on 10 points with Franz Roach on 8th, Ryan de Vrede, and Carl Hamilton also on 8. Tony O'Shea about to take on de Vrede, so he could pull level with Kevin. The work is not done yet, but the artist certainly making a big impression on this group. De Vrede, well, he put himself in the picture when he came back from 3-0 behind against Franz Roach earlier. That's 2 defeats now for the German, and de Vrede could leapfrog him and move into the top 2 for the first time. And our top 2 are in commentary. Oh no, I'm still here, aren't I? Henry is down there with Mace.
To divert the question the other way then, if the top 2 involves you, who's the other person in the top 2, Murph? We'll await that answer at the end of this game, I think. Anyway, Ryan de Vrede up against Tony O'Shea is next up for us here at the Super Series. It's the last match before we join our friends and colleagues over at Sporty Stuff TV. Of course, you can keep watching here on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. And then why should they? Give us a subscribe, because we've got plenty of bonus content for you. We actually have an interview with Kevin Painter dropping as well over the next couple of days, which you can
First leg,
watch.
Tony to throw.
Yes, I listened to it live. It's,
Game on.
It's very interesting and well worth a listen. It was done in a very relaxed
85.
style, which I enjoy. Credit to Murph. Asks the right questions.
$140.
Yeah, a little change in equipment for Tony. Yeah. Wow.
85.
So Tony O'Shea, who we were speaking about for the entirety of the last match, who never changes his darts, has decided to change his darts.
I think I'm going to say I'm never going to
49.
win the Euro Millions, me, or the lottery, or anything like that. As soon as we say something, the opposite seems to occur.
95.
It looks like a more bulgier barrel than what we're used to seeing from Tony. We used to see him having quite a slimline one. That just looks like it's got a bit more to it.
45.
And it'll give him the feel of having something to throw against, which is, well, at the moment, it's working.
100.
And they look a bit heavier as well, which, and again, when you're struggling, heavier dart gives you just that little bit more feel.
59. Only require 136.
See whether this equipment change is going to work on the 136. He's got the luxury of time in this opening leg.
45.
I suppose at this stage he feels there's nothing to lose, might as well.
100.
I
Only
don't
require
recall ever seeing
91.
him use anything different to what he was using.
This feels like a Death and Taxes thing where it felt like there were certainties towards his equipment. The bullseye for
In
O'Shea.
from the first leg,
Well, it doesn't
Tony
matter what
O'Shea.
darts he's using. He pops the bullseye, does the silverback to lead by a leg to nil. And importantly
Second
for
leg Ryan
O'Shea,
to throw first.
this appearance will coincide with further ones at the World Seniors in 2023. So
100.
this is going to be used as a tool to help him in those particular events to try and find that form, as he doesn't play as much competition play as he has in the past, as we see a great sign on
85.
angle of his setup for this game.
Yeah, they're almost spring onion shape,
57.
but straight, if you know what I mean. It's not got that bulb on
Check
it.
40.
Not quite the type that Gary Stone uses, for example.
Yeah. Perfect example.
39. $54. $60. $96.
I would have thought that Ryan would be full of beans after that previous performance, coming back from 3-0 down.
45.
Well, we thought we saw enough signs, didn't we, particularly in the tail end of that game, to maybe see Ryan push on and
93.
have a bit of a spurt today, but hasn't quite happened in the opener of this one, although he is going to get the first opportunity at an outshot on 118.
96. Ryan, you require 118.
And he's going to get 6 from it.
$58. $100. Ryan, you require 60. $40. Tony requires 76.
For 2 now.
No score. Ryan, you require
Answers on
20.
a postcard? I'm a bit bewildered and confused.
Game shot on the second leg.
De
Ryan
Vrede is
De
level, that's
Vrede.
all we do know.
Third leg Tony to throw first.
Surely he hasn't miscounted, has he?
Oh, that's the only thing I couldn't put it down to.
$45.
Or maybe run that one back later.
119.
A bit of a head-scratching one, that. Whatever we are at one apiece. Anything we do know.
95.
Well, that was as wild as one of Hossein Vafai's break-off shots.
60. $95. 100.
Crucially, DeVay looks as if he's beginning to pounce on that against the darts, although that's a better first dart for O'Shea. And when it hits the bed low down like that, usually invites bedfellows.
96. Tony require 145. $85. Ryan,
Recovery in the end. All 19s and ball though.
$96. Tony requires 60.
Tops. Now double 10.
40. Ryan, you
To
require
be, and so
30.
DeVay double 15 to break the throw and to
Game shot the third
really
leg,
take full
Ryan
advantage
DeVreda.
of this match. Conceivably, could have been 3-0 down.
Yep. Back-to-back legs though.
Fourth leg, Ryan
For
to throw
DeVreda.
first. Game on.
Like you say, you can start to take absolute control from here.
100. $40.
Just having confirmation of that O'Shea incident.
140.
It was definitely a miscount. It was a dart for double 14. Showed him the treble 16. There was no hesitation. Wasn't a step back either to speak to our referee, Danny McNamara, who can
140.
tell the players what's left, but can't tell the players how to complete the leg.
So what did he hit? Treble 20, treble 14.
41.
So he hit treble 16 when going for the single 16 and had 56 left with 2 darts. Hit the 48, leaving 8, but then went for the 28.
85.
He's lost 20 somewhere.
We've all lost a 20 somewhere, haven't we?
190.
Many. Well, we have a night at the casino.
$100. Ryan, you require 40.
Hit 2 maxes in that all 3 win against France.
30. Tony require 136.
Now it's definitely 2 treble 20s, double 8.
41. Ryan, you require 10. $8. Tony require 95.
Double 19. So DeVreda is going to
82.
return at the Madhouse, and
Ryan,
O'Shea
you
might be
require
left
2.
unlucky on 13.
Game
Not going to
shot
get a
the fourth
go.
leg, Ryan
DeVreda's
DeVreda.
3-1 up in a game where he could have so easily have been behind in.
Yeah, 3 consecutive
Fifth leg,
legs.
Tony to throw first. Game on.
From being 1 behind this time instead of 3.
$96.
As you're joining us on the Modus Super Series YouTube channel, we'll have a slight break at the end of this game. You may well join our friends at Sporty Stuff TV in transmission in this one.
59.
Afterwards, we'll then get some analysis up on the balcony with the 2 Chris's about what we've seen so far. And then we will complete the group.
47.
Rich, if you have just tuned into us, Kevin Painter leads the way, top of the pile on 10 points. And then you've got a three-way tie for the second space through. That's Franz Roach, Ryan de Vrede and Carl Hamilton. Kai Fan Lung on 4 points, Tony O'Shea on 2 points.
60. 140.
Ryan de Vrede is on the verge of sealing victory in this one.
100.
And leads him on 198.
$54.
He's going to return for 148, but how handy can Tony O'Shea leave it from here?
$100. Ryan, you require 148. $64. Tony, require 98.
So O'Shea returns for 98 to keep this game alive. 78 remaining. And along for treble 18, and so de Vrede now has an opportunity on 84. The worst case scenario is he should get a dart at the ball to win it. 14s. The little red bit in the middle.
53.
He's not going to solve the riddle
62.
on this particular occasion, and so O'Shea returns on 42. It's going to be one dart in his hand. A double 16 for 3-2, and there it is. 3-2 it is, and Ryan de Vrede now throws for the match for a 4-2 success. That put him level on points at the top of the table with Kevin Painter.
Six-leg Ryan to throw first. Game on. $60.
60 star for de Vrede, who opens up the door for Tony O'Shea, who opens up with a treble.
85.
But didn't really capitalise after.
$100. $135.
A very warm welcome to viewers joining us here on Sporty Stuff TV. You are watching the Modus Super Series. You join us in the middle of the match between Ryan de Vrede and Tony O'Shea. And what a time to join us as de Vrede hits a maximum to leave himself on 161 points after 9 darts, leading Tony O'Shea by 3 legs to 2 in a game which could have seen the scoreline in the other direction. O'Shea missing 4 darts a double in this match.
83.
De Vrede on the cusp of a victory that would put him joint top of the table with Kevin Painter, who's out in the lead on 10 points. De Vrede is alongside Franz Roach and Carl Hamilton on 8 points respectively in this group. And so this 78 for Ryan de Vrede to seal the match. Double 12 gets the job done. And Ryan de Vrede is a 4-2 victor over Tony O'Shea. The Silverbacks' woes continue. De Vrede in the victory pile again. He moves himself second in the group on 10 points. And so for myself, Henry Deacon, down here in the commentary box, I send you upstairs to the balcony with Chris Murphy and Chris Mason.
Yeah, welcome indeed along to viewers on Sporty Stuff TV. We caught the end of that last match there. A recap of the results after 6 matches, though, that were shown on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. Here they are. And it was Carl Hamilton who just proved a bit of a nuisance to Kevin Painter in the first match, a 4-1 win, and he's won a couple of games so far, Hamilton, to put himself in the race, but Painter crucially bounced back in that top-of-the-table clash in Game 5 against Franz Roach.
Yeah, Hamilton sort of set the tone, didn't he, and started to make the group interesting, and then Hamilton winning again has got himself right in the mix. Painter's gone back top, but De Vrede has joined him there with a very good 4-2 win over Tony O'Shea.
Yeah, Kai Van Lung winning Game 2 4-1 against O'Shea. For a moment, it looked like he might be able to get himself in contention, but that defeat...
Wishful thinking,
Hamilton, yeah,
wishful
means
thinking.
He's out of the race. But De Vrede, I mean, the match against Franz Roach, Game 3, he was 3-0 down.
Yeah, and then he produced an average of 106 over the 4 winning legs to complete the comeback, and there was an 11-darter in there, 15-11, 15 and 16, the 4 winning legs from 3-0 down, and the reward is put himself right back in the mix, and Franz has got to pick up a win in the next match against Kai Van Lung.
Yeah, first of 9 matches still to come between now and 6 o'clock. We'll take a look at the table. It is going to be a bit of a grandstand finish, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Everyone's still right in the mix there in the top 4, that's for sure. Kai Van Lung and Tony are now out of it completely in terms of getting first or second. It's the top 2 from this Group C, of course. So all to play for Painter, De Vrede, Franz and Carl. And all the players have completed 2 of their 5 allocated games for the day.
Yeah, well, as Mace just said, Franz Roach really does need to find something of a rot stopper here. He takes on Kai Van Lung, and Chris is going to head down to join Henry Deacon in commentary.
Thank you very much once again, Chris and Chris. And so, very warm welcome once again to those of you joining us on Sporty Stuff TV. Nice to introduce you properly. I'm Henry Deacon, bringing you commentary for the rest of the afternoon. And so we move into Game 7 of our session. It sees Kai Van Lung, who has beaten Tony O'Shea in his first match of the session before then being deposed 4-2 by Carl Hamilton, up against Franz Roach, who, well, does not want to lose any further ground on the top of the table. Him and Painter were joint top of proceedings overnight. 2 defeats in succession. And it's meant that now he's got a little bit of chasing to do from Ryan De Vrede now, who occupies that 2nd place position in terms of this particular group. And Chris, this is suddenly a big game for Franz Roach.
First leg friends to Rovers.
A defeat here doesn't
Game on.
necessarily put him out of it, but it will leave him an awful lot to do, because Carl's playing Tony, and with all due respect,
49.
although I thought he played a little better there, you would think Hamilton would win that one. And then you've got the game between De Vrede and Painter, and then it's Franz against Carl. So
140.
he can create a big swing on the other players in the group, especially with De Vrede and Painter having to play each other, of course. That, in fact, will be both
55.
those players' next matches. They've got a bit of a break, much needed one.
$100. $45.
That's a Franz Roach. In both his matches, there's been moments which has kind of been a catalyst towards things perhaps swaying the other way for him. He was 3-0 up against Ryan De Vrede, couldn't get over the line in that one. And then in that game against Kevin Painter, there was a scruffy leg in the 3rd, which he had full command of. Then it got a little bit dicey, and he never really quite recovered from that, did he?
No, he was. You can almost tell with him when he's on the back foot. You can actually. I could tell you without seeing the scoreboard, pretty much where he is in a leg in a match.
41. $81. 140.
Well, this is a bit more like it from Kai Fan Lung.
Yeah, solid leg. Tops after 5 visits.
100. Kai require 40.
16 dart to start.
Should be a good guide.
20. Friends require 116.
Somewhat famous outshot here at the Super Series, 116. Tops.
Game shot of the first leg.
And it's taken out by
Franzrich.
Franz Welch. Only good players do that. Although the Chris Mason attempt wasn't quite done that way. More the
Second leg
conventional
tie to
route, wasn't it? The old
Throwfirst.
school route.
Old
Game
school.
on.
Definitely old school.
$140.
Nothing old school about going for the ball for a 10 darter, though.
Well, I blame Wes for that. Taking absolutely no responsibility.
125.
If you are watching, Wes, you are allowed a right of reply. Indeed, if you are watching,
140.
tweet us at MSS Darts.
Yeah,
for...
where has he been?
It's the last time we saw Wes here, wasn't it?
Did some good stuff
85.
in and out that week, did Wes? Certainly good to see him and share the practice room with him. It was a great group that week. We had a lot of fun.
140.
We could hear.
Yeah.
$81. Kai require 81.
Well, this has been significantly the best performance of the week for Kai Fan Lung so far.
Game
And this
shot of the
double
second leg,
12
Kai
is
Fan
forward
Young.
12 to level up at 1 apiece.
Super response after the disappointment of giving away leg 1.
Third leg friends to Throwfirst. Game
In 2
on.
legs of darts, he's hit 5 scores of 140 or more.
Tidy.
$60. $140.
Well, someone's lit up the blue touch paper.
$100. $66.
I've been trying to work out with Kyle. I was watching some of his previous matches here and elsewhere. We've seen him compete.
26.
Just to try and get some kind of read on if it's a technical issue or is it a confidence thing. A little bit more shoulder in the action
61.
now to the last time he played down in Southampton.
$65.
Seeing him begin to throw that phantom dart a little bit now. We didn't really see that much yesterday.
100.
Yeah, he uses it just as a loosener.
He's got a fair bit from Cam Crouchy as well this week.
You tend to see it more with the Asian and American players.
80. Kai require 134.
Here it is, the phantom dart to start. There's a treble to start. A treble with the second. And almost a double with the
102.
third. And so this, 170 out, it's going to have to go for Franz with
$170.
Kai Fan Lung sat on double 16. Another one of them. Would have left the bullseye, and that would have been a Ty Turner, but Kai Fan Lung.
32.
32. It's not even a phantom die. He's actually just putting his arm down to have a look at the line.
Games on the third leg, Kai Fan Young.
The decent enough leg. 17 dart break this time. 2-1 lead.
Fourth leg, Kai to throw first.
Yeah, again, it's almost sort of trying to straighten everything up.
135.
Oh, whatever it is, it's working.
may set a trend.
60.
There we go. There we see it there. Just puts his hand out right towards where his eye line is when he pulls the dart back. So he's using it as a way. You kind of see the trajectory of where things lie, and we're seeing a lot straighter darts from him as a consequence of it. Nothing against it in the walls.
60.
No, absolutely not. Maybe it's something that maybe he's had a coach that's tried to straighten things up, and this is a technique
59.
that they use. It's not something I've seen before, it has to be said. Not much I haven't seen or laughed at on the internet, but
45.
this is working.
Kai require
Remember that player of the World
167.
Championships who played Gary Anderson, Scott Kirchner?
I do.
135.
Larry Butler doesn't mind a ghost start.
58. Kai require 32.
It's double 16, Kai.
No
It's
score.
almost 3-1, Kai.
He'll be back. Rand Roach at the moment, averaging 22 points less than Kai Fan Lung. Kai averaging, even with those 3 missed
60.
at a double,
Kai
94.45.
require
This is
32.
massive improvements.
Game shot of the fourth leg, Kai Fan Young.
This is much more like it from Kai Fan Lung. Sometimes you've got to try out a few things. This is what this Super Series format
Fifth leg,
can do.
Franz
You
to
can try out 1 or
Rovers.
2 things in competition play that perhaps you can't do
Come
elsewhere,
on.
and that's what he's doing here.
Well, we just seen Tony, didn't we? Just trying a new barrel just to see if he can ignite something.
$43. $100. $140. $140.
Back-to-back 140s, 1 for Franz, 1 for Kai.
$95.
Well, Franz at the point of no return from here. Got to win them all.
Now, I'm not sure that we would have said at the beginning of the day that we were facing a prospect of
85.
Franz Roach losing his first 3 matches, but that's the possibility in play here.
Yeah, he lost his opener 4-3.
85.
And then lost to Kevin 4-2 in a fairly scruffy match, wasn't it?
121. Friends require 138.
This is a Hail Mary attempt to the 138. Another one of them gives himself a dart at double 12 to bring it back to 3-2. With Kai Fang Lun sat on 55 for the match.
Game shot of the fifth
Well,
leg.
Kai Fang Lun was
Franz
aiming
Roach.
to return. He threw the phantom dart in the background, but Franz Roach hit the double 12 to depose them thoughts and to bring it back to 3-2.
First. Game on.
But Kai will take aim with the darts in the 6th to go and win the match. He's found his first max of the match, and what a perfect time to do that.
$99.
Van Lung's average now is approaching 98, Henry.
100.
And when you look at yesterday's performances and today's performances, his highest average of the group was 85.28 prior to this particular matchup. So it's 12 points above
31.
his previous best.
$42.
He is going to close in on a 4-2 success, which is going to have
100.
huge ramifications on the top end of the group. So Kai, it puts him on to 6 points.
59.
Hasn't really squared up. Yes, he leaves himself on 120 with Roach all the way back on 271, but could have left it a bit handier. And the pressure's now going to be applied.
140. Kai require
You know,
120.
this lack of 180s, I think for Franz, he should maybe come out and try an alternative treble. I mean, he should have been going ball right there, really, on his final dart.
80. Friends require 131.
That's exactly what Kai's just done there to leave himself on tops for the match. And this time he is going to get a go. Well, Franz Roach has won both his legs in this match of a ton plus
55.
finish. Couldn't
Kai
take out the
require
1
40.
3-1 there, and so Kai Fan Lung takes aim at tops
Game
to seal
shot
a
and the match.
4-2
Kai
success
Fan Young.
against Franz Roach, who, well, he was the man that we thought was the one to beat going into today when he's lost all 3 of his opening matches, and he walked solemnly back to the table, and his hopes of progressing through to tomorrow night are very much up in the air. Coming up after the break, Carl Hamilton, the man who's made the charge on day 2, up against Tony O'Shea.
Well, it's all going wrong for Roach, isn't it? Franz Roach has lost all of his matches so far, and having been joint top of the table at the start of the day, he finds himself outside the top 2. 93.54 average in that one for Kai Fan Lung. His best performance of the week so far. Pre-group favourite as well, but didn't look like it yesterday, and has probably left it far too late. In terms of the table, it does mean that Franz Roach now not only has dropped out of the top 2, but the top 2 have a game in hand on him. Carl Hamilton will be hoping to get level with that pair as well. He's taking on Tony O'Shea in the game that is about to get underway here. Kai Fan Lung finds himself on 6 points, but as I said, the damage was really done yesterday for him. So Hamilton, who of course missed double 12 for a 9 darter here yesterday, looking to join the party at the top of the table. Let's see if he can do it in the company of Henry and Chris.
Thank you very much, Murph. So Cole Hamilton has been the man who's made the push on the second day here at the Super Series. He takes on Tony O'Shea, who has had his struggles at times. He would have felt he should have been in a better position in his game against Ryan de Vrede just before we joined you here on Sporty Stuff TV. He actually had darts to win 4 of the legs in that particular match. He only ended up picking up 2 of them. Carl Hamilton, the 35-year-old from Darlington, actually throws a Glenn Durrant dart. We'll have Duzzer in the commentary box next week here at the Super Series. We'll allow Chris to have 1 week off.
You're so kind. And as I remind you, it's 4 days off and then fly back into Bristol and fly back down to Portsmouth. And I will be back in the hot seat from Tuesday for Champions Week.
First leg, Carol.
Why don't you join us?
Game on.
If you are au fait with the old QR codes, get that ready. We'll pop that up on your screen right now. Give that a scan. All the details. You can join us any Saturday night here at the Super Series for just £1, and that's just for a booking fee. We are on London Road, the Modus Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Doors open at 6:30. Play gets underway around 7:30. A really special experience and a unique way to enjoy
61.
a night of sport. And even better than that, if you are feeling lucky, enter a, well, it's a free to enter competition on our at MSS Darts Twitter page. If you tweet, retweet the pinned tweet at the top of the page and give it a like, you will automatically be entered into a competition where you can win a hotel for the night for 2, 10 beer tokens, a signed dartboard by the finalists, and your 2 VIP tickets
90
into the darts. Get on it. What a great competition. If I wasn't here, I'd enter myself.
All the usual T's and C's and self-apply. Carl Hamilton then 150. He's going to get 6 from here.
56.
Oh, so why don't you join us here tomorrow evening at the Live Lounge if you're in and around the area. Next week's a good lineup, so if you fancy a Saturday night on the South Coast, you can.
47.
It is a good lineup next week if you want to be a part of it.
Going to be a good lineup Saturday night.
74.
Get involved. Get yourself down here. Not sure if you mentioned, but if you don't have a scanner, just head over to www.dartshop.tv, and that's a 180 for Tony with the new equipment.
Games on the first leg, Carl Hamilton.
All in vain, unfortunately. 19 darter for Carl. He's going along very nicely today, isn't he?
Throw first. Game on.
He's been solid. He's done what he's needed to do. He's taken advantage of the opportunities he's needed to take advantage of. In his first game against Kevin Painter,
45.
4 out of 12 when it came to the doubles. In his game against Kai Van Loon, 4 out of 8 when it came to the outer ring. So when he's been given opportunities, he's by and large taken them. I see a little bit of camaraderie there on the stage between the two players.
100.
Of course, that's also part of the experience here at the Live Lounge, is you do get to be up close and personal with some of the stars of the game.
Yeah, you get to meet pretty much everybody, including our very own
58.
Henry.
We want people to come. Good news is tomorrow I'm stuck in here, so count yourselves safe.
57. 85.
You'll feel weird commentating on Saturday evening. It's been a while.
It does.
26.
Not for me. It'd be 3 on the spin. Whilst you were having all that time off.
$28.
If only it was that. And every single Saturday this year.
140.
My heart bleeds.
$59. Kyle, you require 139. $99. Tony, you require 126.
Into the treble 19 there to leave himself a dart to the full side. So Hamilton
Kyle, you require 40.
returns to tops for a 2-0 lead.
Game shot the second leg. Carl
Doesn't miss many
Hamilton.
at double, does he, Carl Hamilton?
Oh, he's finishing in the opening match of the session, 4 from 12.
Third leg, Carl to throw
Back
first.
that up with 4 from
Game
8. And he's 2 from 4 here.
58. $26. $38.
I wonder if we get any guest comms from Tony at one of the seniors events this year.
$60.
Probably.
$43.
Yeah, one of the few we haven't actually had in this particular booth. Had a couple of days of wolf feed, didn't we?
45.
We did. And it was amazing looking at when we did your tungsten teaser.
120.
The amount of people that we've actually had in the comms box.
$26.
Yeah, the likes of Fallon Sherrock and Phil Taylor there on opening night.
58.
Everyone likes to join us in the commentary box.
85.
Even security.
$80.
Not more. I'm not sure who was more surprised.
$59. Carl, you require 104.
For 3 now. Yeah, I like that. 48 for 36. Nothing wrong with that.
52.
And your opponent's back on 200.
$100. Carl, you
Solid
require
ton squares
52.
up. 52 for 3-0. Double 16. Now eights.
36. Tony, you require 100.
And so to pull one back. Number 19 would have left himself a dart at tops.
26. Carl, you require 16.
Double 4.
8. Tony requires 74.
The bullseye.
25. Carl, you require 8. Six. Tony, you require 49.
2/16.
33. Carl, you require
Up to the madhouse.
2.
Already had a 31 darter today, haven't we? This could be 32 if it finds the target. Make
Game
that
shot in the third
33.
leg, Carl Hamilton.
Wowzers, but it's all the threes because it's 3-0.
Not quite the
Fourth leg, Tony
36
to
darter
throw
Dale
first.
Pilgrim has the unwanted
Game
record
on.
of.
$78. 80. 85.
2nd max of the match. And just a look up there from Carl as to thinking, why is it taking this long for him to spring into life?
27. 140.
Well, he's pushing towards the finishing line, that's for sure.
$135. Carl, you require 101.
Starting 101 for Hamilton. 96 left, so the trouble would have left him a
45.
double 18, but he is going to return with O'Shea back on 176.
125. Carl, you require
So then to
56.
seal a 4-0 success, Carl Hamilton wants 56. It's tops then for the match.
Game
Tops
shot
found for
and
the
a
match, and Carl Hamilton seals a 4-0 victory against Tony O'Shea, which moves him on to 10 points in the group. Joint top alongside Messes Painter and De Ruyter. Hamilton then a 4-0 victor against Tony O'Shea at the end of that one. The average is nothing really to write home about, but for Carl Hamilton, the crucial thing is the 2 points in the bag. Coming up after the break, Ryan De Ruyter in action up against Kevin Painter.
Well, it is a big one now, a battle between the top two in Group C as Kevin Painter and Ryan de Vrede renew their rivalry. It's a top two that's become a top three after Carl Hamilton won his third straight match today, getting on to 10 points along with the pair that are about to play. De Vrede took out a 1.56 checkout yesterday in a last leg decider that would have actually seen Kevin Painter come back for tops and might have won all 5 of his matches and been pretty much home and hosed, but one of the pair will take a giant leap towards finals night at the end of this one. Which one will it be? We are about to find out in the company of Chris Mason and Henry Deacon.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. And is it fair to say we don't quite know what to make of this particular matchup, and that when we look at both players' days and both players' form guides, that we don't quite know how to call this one? If you look at what the bookmakers have to say before the off in this one, they put Ryan de Vrede off as a 8-13 favourite, whilst Kevin Painter is quoted at 6-5.
First leg, Ryan to throw first.
In terms of averages, de Vrede
Game on.
has had a better of the opening. He's won both of his matches, both in the 80s.
$85.
Oh, he's had a lot of darts to call today, hasn't he, Danny McNamara?
So have we, pal.
134.
But it was a massive improvement last time out for Kevin. But credit where it's due. De Vrede has responded also.
96. $95. $140. $105.
Good use of the 25 there, because that leads him on a finish on 167, where
28.
as a traditional single 20,
167.
11 on 172. Can he take it out? Will it be a clean conversion? Will it be the bullseye?
142.
Add a 167 to the 161.
152. $95. Kevin, you require 25.
So 988 for the opening leg for Kevin Painter.
Game shot of the first leg.
And it is a breaker throw for the artist. Wins this one, moves on to 12 points. And severely scuppers
Second leg,
Vader's
Kevin to
hopes and
throw
progression.
first. Game on.
And, well, a big one coming up after this one, because Franz Roch could be, well, taken out of the equation pretty much if he loses to Carl Hamilton as Painter starts off leg 2 of a max.
140.
Nearly the perfect reply.
$81.
We've seen this at times this week with Kev, where he may have a couple of games where he's a little bit in and out, but then he will flick a switch and put in a purple patch performance.
100.
I think we've seen all seasons of
100.
the gameplay of Painter. Seen the good, the bad, and the incredible at times.
100. Kevin, you require 140.
Well, this be a moment to put into the incredible category, the 140. Not quite.
100. Ryan, your bar
tops for 13 if
161.
this 161 doesn't go. And it's not going to go. And so Painter to open up a 2-0 lead next to no time at all. This is for a 13 dart
65.
leg.
It was a
Kevin,
15
you
in
require 40.
leg 1.
30.
It will not be a
Ryan,
15 in
your
leg 2. It may not be
96.
leg 2 to Painter altogether. Triple 17.
36.
Back for the dirty
Kevin, you
double
require
5.
10. No score. Ryan, you require
You don't need
60.
our words to describe that. Tots for De Vrede.
Game shot
Level
the
up for
second
De
leg,
Vrede. One
Ryan
apiece.
De Vrede.
17 dart leg there on the back of a 15 for Painter in the
Third leg,
first,
Ryan
but Kevin
to
will feel as if
Rovers.
he
Game
should have
on.
had that leg in his leisure. He should be 2-0 up in this game, but we're back on four, we're back level, we're back at one apiece.
Yeah, 5 darts to the double there for Kevin.
100.
He will be raging.
43.
Well, we're going to play another game of Kevin Painter equipment change because in his previous match he went back to the white stem. Now he's gone back to the red stem.
60.
I mean, he's played 2 lovely legs. It's just the doubling in leg 2, and in fairness, the double 10 was the thickness of a wire away.
81.
This is the final match of the 3rd cycle of games, so
97.
all the players with 2 to play after this one. 4 points available.
32.
So a lot more darts to be played.
Let's get the run through straight into tonight's session.
Curry night?
96.
I was up super early this morning, unfortunately. Had things to do. Managed to grab 5 hours, so I shall, in between sessions, have a quick nap
131.
and then come back
Ryan, your horror
refreshed, revved up for tonight's
148.
Group B, 10 o'clock, Sporty Stuff TV. Please join us if you're outside of the UK and watching on our Modus Super Series YouTube channel.
140.
We'll also be live on there this evening. Can Cam Crabtree complete the job?
121. Ryan, you require 8.
Ryan, seal this leg. Double
He's
4,
on the
2-1
third
he
leg,
leads.
Ryan De Vrede.
90 average in this one for him. 2 out of 2 on the double. Solid performance up to press for the precocious Dutch talent.
Fourth leg, Kevin to throw first. Game on.
Has to be said, this is Painter's best performance of the day so far.
95.
When you compare it to what we saw in games 1 and 2 from the artist. He's found an acceleration in performance, but up against him is a man who's found another level himself.
140.
Well, he wasn't necessarily a name we considered before the start of Group C yesterday. Ryan De Vrede.
27.
My main concern was the lack of consistency, and with only 2 going through, of course.
123.
It's been the kind of group where everyone has seemingly cancelled each other out.
81.
Raider made it through to the last 16 of the WDF World Championships in 2022. Lost out in that particular game to James Hubble, the England captain.
140.
At the time, the WDF World #1. wasn't number 1 seed because you'll remember that tournament was postponed. And Brian Roman won his silver tour card, so he obviously lost his place at the top of the rankings and James Hull took over.
Can play a bit, James Hurrell.
See if
plenty of him here. Another player nowhere near the finished article. Still plenty to come from him, I feel.
You didn't see a true representation of James last time. He was playing with a bit of an illness.
52.
When he comes back in Series 4, hopefully we'll see a fully fit version of him. We're seeing a full repertoire from Ryan here. That's the first start he's missed a double in this match.
25.
And so it's opened up the door for Kevin Painter if he can find the fish.
$60. Ryan, you require 16.
Double 8.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
The breaker throw and a 3-1 lead. And he's now throwing for the match. He's now throwing for the win. And throwing to put himself in pole position as far as this group is concerned, because victory here will put him on to 12 points. Above both Painter and Hamilton, if only temporarily, because Hamilton's up next against Franz Roach. And from that point, De Vrede would hope for a Franz Roach victory, because it tightens up the pack just amongst him ever so more. But when you play Kevin Painter, the match isn't over until the final double is hit. There will be no submission from the artist.
100.
He will give it absolutely everything until he hears in the background the referee saying game shot in the match to his opponent.
Maybe not too far away.
95. $57. $81. $100.
De Vrede 144 points away from getting this job done.
$48. Ryan, you require
KP's just got to
144.
somehow try and see the day out. I'm just going to have a quick gander over who he plays. He's got 3 games off. Well, 2 games off before he plays Tony. In the final game, he plays
120.
Haifan
You
Lung.
require 137.
Well, this is a Hail Mary attempt now for Painter, with De Vrede sat on double 12 to get the job done, and it's not going to go. And so Ryan De Vrede, who has made a significant move here on the second day of Group C, wants double 12 to move himself on a dozen points in the group and to put himself in pole position in the group.
97. Ryan, you require 24.
42% when it comes to the doubles. And there's no mistake there, as Ryan De Vrede puts himself top of the Group C table, getting the better of Kevin Painter there by 4 legs to 1, and moving himself on a dozen points when it comes to the Group C table. And so De Vrede now puts himself in pole position to progress his way through to tomorrow night's final. 4 out of 8 when it came to the doubles. Kevin Painter 1 out of 7 on the outer ring. Well, we're going to take a short break. When we return, Carl Hamilton's in action up against Franz Roach.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code.
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
And so the baton has been passed to Ryan de Vrede, who takes up top spot in this group after that victory over Kevin Painter. He's the first man onto a dozen points. 2 games left to play, but there is still plenty of life in the group. Carl Hamilton in action next against Franz Roach. A really significant match. If Hamilton wins it, he joins de Vrede on 12 points. If Roach wins it, though, he goes on to 10 with his opponent and Painter. And it would also mean that de Vrede could confirm qualification in the match that follows. So all to play for, both these players very much in the race, but Roach is running out of time and maybe sinking in the quicksand. Over to Henry and Mace to talk you through this one.
Thank you very much, Chris. So, for Franz Roach, it is a now or never match against Carl Hamilton. And, well, I'm not sure we quite expected this from Franz today. It has to be said, the levels of performance are dipped below what we've come to expect of him, because that's the level that he's set for us here over the course of week 11 here at the
First leg, Carol
Super
to
Series.
Rovers. Game on.
We thought that he was in a very good position overnight to put himself through. Well, he's now perilously poised.
77.
I think it's shocked us all.
180.
Carl has got himself into the
115.
top positions on the table. This tie yesterday.
40.
Was a 4-0. Was it 4-0? Yeah, it was 4-0 to
96.
Franz yesterday, this one. I think we're seeing a completely different version of Carl Hamilton since.
61.
Especially in that game in the middle portion of the
85.
day against Kai Fangman. Then I think he just got sucked into that game, didn't he, against Tony in the previous one. Tony was clearly struggling in that game.
Yeah.
95. Carl require 128.
Well, despite the max from Franz Roach, double 10 for the leg. You beauty.
Game shot in the first leg, Carl Hamilton.
15 dart hold.
Second
Easy
leg,
as
Franz
pie.
to throw first. Game on.
Indeed it is. Although there was a competition on our Twitter page yesterday about
55.
lookalikes, and there was one on the MODUS Super Series page which had Carl Hamilton as a lookalike of the former Brighton and Hove Albion
57.
striker Glenn Murray.
Well, again, I'd have to... is it any good?
Actually not the worst one I've ever seen, I've got to be perfectly honest with you. This is where I've got to go through my
125.
treasure trove of tweets.
And what, they included a picture?
100.
Oh, in bed, there was side-by-side action.
$60.
Yeah, that's not too shabby. That's
58.
like 40%er.
If you're wondering what on earth we're on about, head over to @MSS Darts on Twitter.
60.
In fairness, most of the time people wonder what on earth we're on about.
Standard. I don't know what we're on about half the time, pal.
140.
That's probably my fault, isn't it?
Well, next up in Austria, two very
55.
familiar names for
Calorie
the
bar 146.
Super Series as Big John Henderson takes on Dylan Slevin, who we saw for the first time just before Christmas.
130.
And he went off and got a
Calorie bar
tour card.
146.
How selfish.
And I've got a feeling we're only going to see John Henderson here for the solitary 1 year.
The second treble for double 16, so
91.
Hamilton's back for a
Calorie
break.
bar 16.
Double 8 for 2-0 leads, and it's
Angel
another impressive
Segala,
start for
Carl
Carl Hamilton. 2-0 leads, averaging just a shade under 97. 2 out of 2 when it comes to the finishing, and again a nice little embrace between the players on the stage. As I say, there's been a real good camaraderie between the players this week. It's actually been one of the best weeks on that particular part, especially last night. I like the way that the players helped Jack Hill settle in, because it was a completely new environment for him, and after those opening game nerves, he settled into the occasion a bit more.
100.
Well, he steadily improved in increments of one, where he got his first 140, and then his 180 didn't want too far behind, and then winning a leg, then 2 legs, then 3 legs. So tonight, in the opening match, he should win it. And he will be playing
140.
Maybe not. Cam Crabtree. First game on.
Cam's tuning into this and thinking, seriously.
59.
Well, he ran him close. It was 4-3.
Cam's thinking he knows your predictions this week have been on point, so.
100.
Yeah, I did slightly retract that when I found out that Jack was playing Cam.
58. Franz require 161.
So 161, 6 out of here from Franz to get his first leg on the board in this match.
44.
Yeah, I'd like to see a little less stressed Jack Hill tonight. I want to see him not as he was towards sort of the match 3 and 4, where he was a bit of a smile on his face, a bit more relaxed, played his best darts, really produced some good stuff.
$42. Carly require 143.
Not going to be punished by Hamilton on this occasion, so Roach returns to 75 to bring the arrears back to 2-1.
Well, he only wants 43, so there's a lot of pressure on this. Huge difference.
$69. Carly require 43.
Goes from a 1-leg swing to a 3.
This be the mid-match move for Hamilton.
27.
Not to be, and so double free.
6.
Franz Roach to get the breaker throw to half the deficit to make it 2-1. He will go straight for the double free and find the double free to bring the score back to 2-1.
Dodged a bit of a bullet there, did Franz.
Fourth leg, Franz to throw first. Game on. $100. $80. $100.
Couple of tons to kick off the fourth leg for Franz Roch.
99.
Effectively just cancelling each other out in this leg.
$45. 96. $100.
So Franz first to have finished then on 156.
97. Friends require 156.
The 2-2. Oh, another one of them. Double 18.
138.
Good attempt, good effort.
129.
But they're going to be in vain with Hamilton on 129. He's going to get a dart.
89. Friends require 18.
A double 9 for Roach to make it 2 apiece. Size to split.
14.
But couldn't provide the hit.
Value require 40.
And so, Carl Hamilton. Tops. Now splits for double 10. Finding double 10.
Carl Hamilton.
And breaks the throw and opens up a 3-1 lead.
Yeah, 16 from 72 doesn't leave a double, pal. Just in
It's been a long week.
Fifth leg Carol to
case,
throw first. Game on.
Another note for Mummy and Daddy on that wasted university education. We are extremely proud.
82.
60 hours of TV.
Abacus for Christmas. There's an idea to
60 hours of live TV I'll be doing this
81.
week. There's always going to be one mess up along the line.
$140.
They thought, oh, get the work experience kid in to do a bit of commentary. It'd be great, they said.
100.
work experience. You're a man. Well, your age says you're a man.
40.
How old are you? 22.
Yeah.
Yeah, oh dear. Back in the day, they were going to war when they were 17, boy.
85.
Just imagine me on the trenches.
A bit of see out of one.
59.
Well, my hopes for Dylan Slevin to get a run in a Euro Tour look dashed. A little bit like Franz's
123.
look at this match.
$81. Franz require 112.
Well, that would have been one way to have taken out the 112
52.
because that treble four would have definitely left him a ton, which was
99.
definitely a treble to a double.
59. Franz requires 60.
Last knock-ins for Franz. Got to go.
Game shot on the fifth leg. Franz
And it does, and he accrues the break in 17, 3-2, and has the darts now to send us to a decider.
Six leg Franz to throw first.
The
Game on.
fourth consecutive break of throw.
$125.
Getting more and more confident, isn't he, Franz?
He's growing into the task, but is the issue, has he grown into it too little too late?
60.
Just put on the back foot there by the 174. Thinking about having another go at a 9.
137.
Wait, missed double 12 for yesterday against Kevin Painter. And that would have been the most miraculous 9 darter out of nowhere we've ever seen at the Super Series.
41.
Yeah, there was literally no indication whatsoever. You can sometimes see in a game when the players are rattling in the 180s.
78.
I mean, you could tell that the 9 darter wasn't going to be on because Conor Heenahan's not playing.
$125. Carly O'Quarr, 112.
For the match.
Game.
And a
shot,
superb way to
match.
finish for
Carl
Carl Hamilton. And he really is making a charge on Friday here at the Super Series. And Franz Roach, who began the day in a position of authority in the group, well, it looks as if his chances may well be dashed. You could see the emotion for Carl Hamilton there on the back of the 4-2 victory against Franz Roach, which he did with an average of 88.5 and 4 out of 7 when it came to the doubling. 2-ton plus checkouts en route, including a 1-2-8. Hamilton a 4-2 winner. Coming up after the break, Kai-Fan Leung up against Brian de Vrede.
Well, what a difference a day makes. Franz Roach flying high on Thursday, but has fallen apart on Friday, and now is out of the race. So you can see 4 points adrift of the top 2, having been in it at the start of the day, and only has 1 game left to play. So Roach won't be going through. It's going to be 2 from 3 in the battle between de Vrede, Hamilton and Painter. De Vrede in action next. He takes on Kai-Fan Leung, and he can take another giant step towards qualifying for finals night, along with his fellow Dutchman, Chris Landman, of course, who won Group A. He's won all of his matches today. Let's see if he can carry on that kind of form against Kai-Fan Leung, who himself does have 2 wins from 3 on a much improved day. Back to Chris Mason and Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much, Chris. Well, what we did see, as you say, from Kai-Fan Leung last time out was the best performance we've seen from him here at the Super Series this time around. 93.5 average and a 4-0 success against Franz Roach, who, well, we mentioned it in the conclusion of our previous match, from a position of authority, in a position we thought would give him a really good chance of progressing his way through. Well, that's pretty much all she wrote for him now.
Yep. A win here for de Vrede. He
First leg, Kai to throw
a
first.
real solid position.
Game on.
Because Hamilton can only reach 14 points, but trails him on leg difference.
140.
Kevin Painter has 2 to play and would have to win them both. And he faces
140.
Tony O'Shea next and Kai-Fan Leung in the last.
$60. $100.
I went through a little earlier. Kai Fan Lung was having a little sing-song to himself in there. Or singing along, should I say,
41.
to a track about lemonade or something.
Okay.
I know, it was a little bizarre. It was one of those
45.
Twilight Zone moments. I sort of walked through and Kevin gave me a look and I looked back and just wandered through.
Now, I'm not going to comment on people singing because I'm not allowed to.
60.
Previous indicates that.
Yeah, that's one of the many things that are now on the banned list. Along with Zambuca and...
100.
And taking you out for curry.
Yeah.
Although at least it wasn't as bad as the rendition of I Had the Time of My Life between
85.
Count Cratchit and I Contman last night.
116.
A little strange.
98.
That was nearly a little
Kyer
special.
Wire 115.
That was for a 15-dart break of throw.
Game shot of the first leg, Kai Fan Lung.
18 dart hold to start for Ryan de Vrede, and well, that means de Vrede can't go through automatically in this game. A
Second
4-0 win
Ryan
was the
to
only
throw
scoreline
first.
which could have put him
Game on.
through for definite in this particular fixture. Although Painter up against O'Shea up next
100.
could do the job for him anyway. Although I do hope in that
100.
rendition of the practice when they didn't do the Patrick Swayze.
Yeah, right.
100.
When we say the word limbs, there would have literally been limbs everywhere.
$100. $139. $100.
Sound like a man with a bit of poison purpose here. Mind of radar average just under 3 in the
94.
early stages of this one. Giving himself 68 after 12.
$65. Ryan your horse, 68.
2 darts in his hand, a double 4
Game shot on the
to
second
level
leg,
this game
Ryan
up.
de
And that's a
Vrede.
14 darter for Ryan de Vrede to level proceedings up.
Third leg Kai to throw first. Game on.
He was the dart double 18, didn't he? And leg 1 for a 15. Response is a 14.
100. $125.
Liking this pal, aren't you? Good stuff, isn't it?
Yeah, quality stuff. And the
137.
improvement from Kai Fang Lung over the last couple of games is evidently there to see, isn't it?
100.
But he is facing a barrage on this man here, Ryan de Vrede.
$81. $180.
Oh, back-to-back 180s. Puts him on double 8 for a 10 dart leg.
$62. Ryan your horse, 16. Game shot on the third
Not a
leg,
10,
Ryan De
but it's a
Vrede.
very useful 11 and a break of throw. Just had
Fourth
another
leg,
look, haven't
Ryan
we, at
to throw first.
the
Game on.
numbers, and we've had it confirmed. A 4-1 win for Ryan, and he is through.
That's through the metric of legs 1 in this group.
That's 3 180s
60.
in 3 scoring visits. 180, 180, and then at the double 8. Obviously not a scoring visit. Oh, this is incredible.
180.
4 consecutive 180s.
And now it could set us fair for something very special indeed.
60.
I think that
Ryan,
must be a
you're
Super Series first. I don't
141.
recall seeing that before.
We're not going to see the 9. And his average of 120 is going to tumble unless he can find a couple of trebles here.
Of course he's not.
22.
His name's not Tehan. Or Heenahan. Or Richardson.
Or Adams.
Or Adams.
85. Ryan, you require 119.
This is what they like to call the Bevans finish, 119. Tops.
99.
I reckon a 9's going to go Champs Week.
We've heard it here first.
140. Ryan, you require 20.
We'll hold you to that. De Vrede may not find a hold if Kai
No
Fan Lung,
score.
despite the scoring
Kai
prowess of De
require
Vrede
156.
in this leg, can find a 156.
$78. Ryan, you require 20.
A 3-1. Had a ton top in
86.
checkout. It's not really done much wrong. He's not been allowed to do much wrong, really.
He's only had 1 dart at a double, and that was on the back of the 115, which he hit.
47.
So De Vrede is just 1 leg away here. If he wins this leg, wins the match, guaranteed a place in tomorrow night's final.
Which you can be there for.
100.
Scanning that QR code. Scan the tungsten T-Rex.
85. $81.
If you haven't got the ability to scan the
100.
QR code, head over to www.dartshop.tv. Only tickets for this event, but tickets for the World Seniors events and the many exhibitions up and down the country.
84. $59. Kai require 150.
Well, it's going to be hard to keep up a run of 4 consecutive 180s, but the slight dip has opened up the door for Kai Fan Lung here to bring it back to 3-2. Can't find the second treble 20 to leave double 15.
Well, I'm not sure about that anyway, with De Vrede back on 210.
$134.
Well, tidies up perfectly. Potentially could have gone there with dart 2, really. If he hits the treble 20, can he
57.
really attack the double
Kai
15?
requires 16.
Double 4. Right on the wire. It's a wire bender.
8.
2 of them.
Ryan, you require 153.
And so De Vrede returns to 153. And this would be to go through on legs 1. It's not going to happen. Fan Lung back for double 4.
64.
For 3-2.
Kai, you require 8.
Double two.
Game
In we
shot
go.
of fifth leg,
3-2 it is. This group will
Kaifeng.
continue. De Vrede can't get it done in this game now. He can throw for the win, though. And get the points on the board. That's the first issue. That's the first
Sixth leg,
matter of
Ryan
fact for
to
him.
throw first. Game on. $58.
Guessing a bit there, Ryan. He looked down and didn't like it. Went back up for 18s.
100. $45.
Yeah, you can see Kaifeng Lung straightening the arm and sighting down the line of fire.
57.
And look, if it works, it works. And if it's having a positive effect on your game, then go with it.
Yeah, crack on.
97.
We've got 4 more games to go after this one. We'll see Tony O'Shea in action up against Kevin Painter
47.
next. Before we then begin the final round of fixtures in this group. It's De Vrede against Hamilton, Roach against O'Shea, and Kevin
85.
Painter against Kaifeng Lung around the group off.
$140. $85. Kai require 157.
Send us all the way. Gonna be on this occasion.
57. Ryan require 131.
Looking at the 51 tops.
91.
Leaves tops. So pressure on
Kai
the ton.
require 100.
Finding his range. Tops for Kaifeng Lung to stay in this match. Not going to happen, and so Ryan De Vrede
60.
comes back for a tops of his
Ryan
own.
require 40.
To set a 4-2 win and to really put him on the brink.
$30.
But match darts come and
Kai
go.
require 40.
Is that a turning point in this tungsten tussle?
Game
It
shot
may
of
well
sixth
be
leg,
because
Kaifeng
Kaifeng Lung has found a break in the sixth. He's found that tops to send us the distance. He's had to weather the
Seventh and
storm
final
at
leg,
times, says
Kai to
Kaifeng Lung.
Rovers. Game on.
Vader went off with that incredible spell of 4 consecutive 180s and scoring visits, but he's held himself together when he's needed to.
84.
Well, he's also had to rely on De Vrede fluffing his lines. What I say about being a little bit fortunate
140.
can turn things around. Because there was no indication that, well, his stats didn't suggest with 3 in hand he's going to miss a double. Because they were over 33%.
190.
He's found himself a huge max, his first of the match, and what a time for it.
Yeah, exactly.
59.
You go from a busted flush to being dealt a straight.
85.
150 in front minus these.
140.
Still got 6
Player
at
par
152.
152.
Another. Double 16 to get it done in style.
Game
Oh, what a
shot
way to
and a
finish
match,
for
Kaifeng
Kaifeng Lung to get the better of Ryan De Vrede by 4 legs to 3. And it means the race for progression through Group C deals another twist and turn. And despite 4 maximums and a 93 average, Ryan de Vrede is beaten by Kai Fan Lung. After the break, we're going to see Tony O'Shea in action. He takes on Kevin Painter.
Ball 1, Joe Taylor, Garrett Tilley. And ball 2, Craig Nixon, Robin Young.
Wow, what are we witnessing today at the MODUS Super Series? Tungsten twists and turns, left, right and centre. And the latest one saw Ryan de Vrede move within 1 leg of qualifying for finals night, but then ended up losing from 3-1 up to Kai Fan Lung. And now could be in a spot of bother. Kevin Painter may be a beneficiary of that result, but needs to get a victory himself to return to the top 2. De Vrede will take on Carl Hamilton in what looks like it might well be a straight shootout after that. Painter faces Tony O'Shea in match 12 of 15. Back to the boys in the box to guide you through it.
Thank you very much, Chris. And Kevin Painter would have been very thankful to have seen that result in the previous match. A win here for the artists, and well, it is anyone's game. It's a 3-way tie at the top going into the final round of fixtures, and what would happen is de Vrede would take on Carl Hamilton, and that has the feelings of potentially, if Painter wins this one, an effective shootout.
Yep, sure does.
First leg, Tony to throw first.
And they
Game on.
met yesterday. Kevin won this tie 4-1. Showed each other a little bit too much respect.
52.
Yeah, these two go back a long, long way. They're
60.
actually playing county against each other as far back as 1992. They were telling me yesterday.
85.
First started playing county, well, for Tony back in the 1980s was his first appearances for Lancashire. Both players, county players for a long, long time. These two have a lot of history in the game.
Yeah, Kevin used to play for Essex.
140.
He had some side back in the day. Wow. Just thinking back of the names I remember
83.
representing Essex. The likes of Colin Lloyd, of course. Dieter Hedman played in the ladies' side, I'm sure.
85. 60.
Wayne Mardle.
Only require
of course, played
139.
for Essex.
$39. Kevin, you require 164.
What can this pair do in the present? Painter first to a finish on 164 here.
104. Tony, you require 100.
Shane, meanwhile, left on a ton. 80 left. Went for top to top. It's not going to happen on this occasion.
36.
And then went back down for the
Kevin, you require
16s.
60.
And so Painter looking for a couple of tops himself. A 1-0 lead. Breaker throw.
40. Tony requires 64.
Bobby George played for Essex as well. The brain starts to tick back.
50.
Lord Harrington,
Kevin, you require
another.
20. No. 15. Tony require 14.
So double 7 for O'Shea. Oh, wow, he's busted
No
it.
score. Kevin, you require 5.
So double 2 for the breaker throw here for Painter.
3.
But it's getting a little
Tony
bit
require
tentative and a
14.
little bit scrappy. Kind of a little bit like the meeting the pair had yesterday. And so back we go again, but this time O'Shea will get that last
12.
iron had a double 2, and both are in the
Tony require
madhouse.
2. Game shot on the first
Not
leg.
for long.
Kevin Painter.
Painter takes the lead 1-0.
Second leg, Kevin to throw first. Game on.
I'm just intrigued to know what the mindset will be of the two players that
55.
come through this group, because it's...
Well, they feel like they've been put through the ringer.
They've been made to scrap, haven't they? The two
40.
whoever they are that go through, they've been made to scrap their way through it. I just wonder how much mental drain that might take out of them as well going into tomorrow.
77.
Plenty, I can assure you. More so for Kevin if he gets through, because of the obvious pain he's in.
30.
The advantage would be it is a 7:30 start, so at least he would have had the daytime to try and rest up as much as he can. I know that's easier said than done when you are
100.
nursing a slight strain.
$78. $59.
Well, staying with the line of Essex articles, Richie Housen very much a Essex County player these days, as is Keegan Brown.
Yes, that's right.
48.
Do you ever get along to the... What would be your closest county game to here?
Be Hampshire. I've been once or twice up there. Bitten.
134.
I played for Dorset myself for a couple of seasons.
45.
Very
Kevin, you require
enjoyable.
76.
Justin Bradshaw, one of our referees, actually plays county for Hampshire. Very handy player is Justin. It's going to be a handy finish for Kev.
64.
He's going to come back with O'Shea back on 260.
$45. Kevin, you require 12.
For 2-0. Double 3.
9.
O'Shea's not on the finish, and Painter's going to return with 1-1-1.
60. Kevin, you require 3.
Only one way you can finish this.
No
Not
score.
like that.
Tony, you require 155. $83. Kevin, you require 3.
Take 2, 1-1-1.
No score.
Same result.
Tony requires 72.
Well, this would be a Dick Turpin leg for O'Shea to steal. Oh, we're going to go back for take 3.
15. Kevin, you require 3.
Wayne Mardle actually made
1.
101 appearances
Tony require
for
57.
Essex.
Tops.
37.
The cry of "Oh, Tony."
Kevin, you require 2.
Well, Kevin Painter's missed 15 darts a double in this match, and he's only leg
He's
2.
on the second leg, Kevin Painter.
Well, he's 2-0 up. A game where there's not, well, hardly been anything really to write home about.
Third leg, Tony to throw first. Game on.
One thing you do find about the county system is there's a lot of great players who played on that stage, enjoyed the environment of playing on the county stage, but never
24.
really took their individual careers any further from there.
Well, it was one of the only, well, at the time, affordable sort of top
95.
level places to play darts because the opportunities to play on stage were limited. So for a lot of players, that was but to then sort of turn that into potentially travelling, and
140.
your only option usually was your county qualifiers for the embassy, and maybe coming through your Super League and everything else to get through to the Masters.
42.
It was just, again, I think that's why that type of darts is dwindling. I mean, back in the day, you go. When I played for London and London played
39.
Essex, you'd be lucky if you could get in there. It was rammed, but it had household names in there. People, players that people knew, so they'd come to watch it.
94.
I played for a London county team, and I think 9 or 10 of the 12 had all just played in the
55.
World Championships. So it was worth going to watch. Not Dave averaging 60.
82.
Or Paul, or John, or Steve, or Henry.
I'm averaging 60. That's the game of my life.
But you know what I mean? It's,
Yeah.
well, and it's just no longer
44.
affordable. When you could go to the ADC, play a few matches there, locally, qualify, get down here, win 5 grand, win 20 grand.
28.
And also in a position economically where, look, there's not much disposable income for a lot of families.
Some of these county away trips, you're having to have Friday off, travel on the Friday, you've got coach, hotel for
27.
3
Kevin,
nights.
you require 160.
Food and beer all weekend. It's just not affordable. It makes no
44.
sense. Depending on your ambition, of course, but there you go. That's my unless they regionalised it, put it on a Saturday night, limited
60.
it to 12 players a
Kevin,
side
you require
that were of
116.
good quality, monetised it, streamed it. That's the only way it work.
100.
And really, it's
Tony
been
require
failing for years
112.
because it's just the same, and that's a typical. I know it's no longer BDO, but that was a typical BDO mantra. It's okay, just keep doing the
72.
same, because once
Kevin,
upon
you
a time
require
it worked
16.
when people were throwing money at it. But
Game shot on the third leg, Kevin
3-0
Painter.
for KP as he takes a step closer to putting himself in the mix for qualification.
Fourth leg, Kevin to throw first.
There is
Game on.
multiple permutations here, isn't there?
So a win here for Painter puts him on to 12 points. Now, if he does it by
98.
the margin of 4-0, it would put him on plus 11 in terms of legs difference. It would put him in the box seat going into the final round of fixtures.
Well, he'll have the
22.
best leg difference when he of the 3 players on 12. It's going to be heartache for somebody because somebody's going to miss out.
80.
Well, by my reckoning, a Painter win here puts him through because De Vrede and Hamilton have to play each other, of course. Only one of them.
28.
Oh, no. It's leg difference as well, isn't there?
the fun of Friday at the Super Series. The brain whirls and
83.
whirls and whirls. Well, what we do know is Raider against Hamilton, the winner of that particular match will move on to 14 points. The winner of that one will go through.
Yeah.
13.
Just got one or two technical gremlins. We're going to head back into the commentary box as we edge towards the conclusion of our action here for the day at the Super Series. As I say, the next one coming up, a crucial one between Ryan de Vrede and Carl Hamilton. But whilst we've got a little bit of time, let's talk about this evening's action, because Cam Crabtree has got himself in a really good position in the group.
Yeah, he's in a dominant position after going through the card last night, 4 from 4. So, you know, he's pretty much safe, you'd say. But any one win tonight and 10 points is pretty much you're in.
Below that, Sean McDonald picked up 6 points, but by his own admission, he said there's still more levels to go.
Yeah, that's interesting. You know, if you could see he wasn't particularly happy, but good players find a way, and that's exactly what he did last night. When you can win matches and you're not at your absolute best, that says a lot about you, because we've seen plenty of games lost and won over the course of this week that maybe could have panned out differently in terms of table positions and what groups you end up in. We're seeing it right now.
As for Ian Conterman, we were really disappointed about what we saw from him last night.
Yeah, and he will be as well. You know, he showed at times that his A game is right up there with the rest of the field, but he's just unable to find it in a regular enough occurrence, and that's what's causing him the major problems.
Well, that's the action we're going to see tonight at 10 p.m. The action in this game could be over very shortly.
It was worth the wait, wasn't it?
Tell you what, we should have had a pit stop a bit earlier.
Kevin, you require 60.
2 at tops for Kevin Painter for the match.
50.
He goes inside on double tempo. He's going to have time.
Yeah, Kevin Painter played 133 times for Essex. Made his debut on the 15th of November.
85. Kevin, you require 10.
1986, when he was just a baby.
Game shot and a match.
Kevin Painter wraps up a 4-0 victory against Tony O'Shea. It moves him on to 12 points in the group. It puts him in pole position going into the final round of fixtures here in Group C. A win against Kai Fan Leung in his final match. He will be through. A nice little embrace at the end between them two as we begin the final round with de Vrede and Hamilton next.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Kevin Painter has just beaten Tony O'Shea in that previous match, and he's done it emphatically enough to confirm that he is going to go through to finals night. The artist has done enough ahead of his final game with Kai Fan Leung, and the next game is going to determine who joins him, because it is a meeting between Carl Hamilton and Ryan de Vrede. And if we look at the league table, then we will see that the pair of them are tied on 12 points with Kevin. Because they play each other, this is their last match, and because of the leg difference for Kevin Painter, it means that he is through. De Vrede and Hamilton will play off in a straight shootout to see who joins him, and then we will play out our last couple of games. So let's get this one underway in the company of Henry Deacon and Chris Mason.
Thank you very much, Chris. And so the winner takes it all here at the Modus Super Series as you begin the final round of fixtures for our Friday afternoon session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Ryan de Vrede, the 30-year-old from The Hague, in the last 16 of the WDF World Championship, up against Carl Hamilton, the 35-year-old from Darlington, former quarter-finalist at the World Masters. So both having success in the BDO WDF system, but who's going to taste Super Series success and qualify through to tomorrow night's final?
Where's your 10p?
I think when you look at the basis of his performances over the course of the day, I'm going Ryan de Vrede.
Game on.
Yeah. I can genuinely make a case for both, but
100.
I don't know. Just got a feeling for this man at the moment.
140.
Well, before the off, if you had a feeling for Carl Hamilton, it was 7-4 with the bookmakers, whilst de Vrede went off the 2-5 favourite.
97.
Statistically, there's not an enormous difference between the both. In fact, Hamilton's finishing is superior.
81.
De Vrede's scoring is slightly superior to that of Hamilton.
60.
And Hamilton's had this ability to come up with something important when he's needed to as well.
96.
Shown bottle.
190.
Nice bottle. That's class.
That's big. It was in a spot of bother.
25. Around your wire, 64.
Another. 8 leads and self-tops.
44.
And he is going to return with Hamilton back on 159.
$99. Around your wire, 20.
Double 5. Inside. And so Hamilton
No
will get an
score.
opportunity here.
Around your wire, 60.
One which he thought he may not have had fashioned out.
And this is what he has been good at.
Game shot of the first leg, Carl Hamilton.
Right on cue. 1-0. And a breaker throw importantly as
Second leg,
well.
Carl to throw first. Game on. 43. 100.
One thing we've been impressive with Ryan de Vrede today is just how he's approached things. And earlier we had a little chat with him after the session yesterday, and he come into it with this fresh mindset. We need to attack the final day here at the Super Series.
45. 43. 140. 121. 190.
Well, that's another expertly timed Mac to Ryan de Vrede to leave himself on 36 after 12 on the back of the 140 in the previous visit.
100 around your
This
wire,
is some
36.
response.
Game shot on the second leg, Ryan de Vrede.
Well, 17 dart break from Carl in leg one. The response, as you mentioned, Henry, the 14.
Third leg, Ryan to throw first. Game on.
I suppose it would have been so easy as well for his head to drop because he missed
96.
opportunities in that opening leg. Did De Vrede. Hamilton mopped up, picked up the pieces.
At the moment, if you think to yourself,
100.
2 180s, one in each of the opening 2 legs, and I'm almost trailing, so finding that double was huge.
99.
Could have found himself 2-0 down and scratching his head.
60. 59.
Zamano, winner of this game, will join Chris Lamb and Kevin
42.
Painter in tomorrow night's final here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. We'll find out the final 3 identities at 10 o'clock tonight for the conclusion of Group B.
100. 140. Ryan, you require 147.
Doesn't leave himself a finish. 6 at 147 for 2-1. Treble 17. Leaves double 8.
97.
Well, there's a couple of legs ago where Carl Hamilton was on one of these bogey numbers and then Vader couldn't finish off the leg and Hamilton then
45. Ryan, you
punished.
require 50.
But he had a better setup shot than that.
$18. Carl, you require 114.
This would be massive. Oh.
40. Ryan, you require 32.
Not a fan. Didn't look like there was a lot of room. I understand it when there's a dart sitting on it and it looks almost impossible to miss.
No score.
Comes
Carl, you
back.
require 74.
And what about the 14s here? I say as he plonks one into the single 9. And so it's going to be the middle of the diddle, but it ain't going to
49.
solve the riddle.
Ryan,
And
you
so De
require
Vrede
32.
returns to 32. A second poke here.
Games
And
on
it
the
is
third
he who
leg,
reaches the
Ryan
halfway
De
house
Vrede.
towards progression into tomorrow night's final.
Fourth leg, Carol to
It's getting a little bit
Throwers.
edgy. They both
Game
know the significance of this.
Not sure if it was a celebration or just pure relief.
80.
Only a hold, but does have a 2-1 lead.
97. 59. 40.
Still 2 more to bring you.
100.
Next up, Franz Roach against Tony O'Shea.
Dead rubber.
And Kevin Painter against Kai Van Loon.
95.
And then Group B will continue tonight until the conclusion.
98.
Jim Murphy there comes for that. Get to escape me for a night.
84.
Lucky you.
Carl, you require 164.
So 6 on 164 for Carl Hamilton.
81.
We put a huge imprint on it, but at least he brings himself down to a 2-darter.
65. Carl, you require 83.
So to square proceedings up.
51.
Doesn't go.
Ryan,
And
you
so
require 120.
can De Vrede climb the ladder? Couldn't find the steps, so he can't reach the top.
88. Carl Yorkshire 32.
Just asks Hamilton the question.
Game shown of the fourth leg.
There's the
Carl
answer.
Hamilton.
And so effectively now, the final spot through from
Fifth
Group
leg
C
Ryan to
is a
Rovers.
best of 3 leg
Game on.
shootout. It's the old news of the world format.
Yeah, just not from 8 foot.
85.
And on a board that was, well, indescribable.
64.
Double deuce for a place in Saturday night's final. Doesn't get bigger than this for these two.
100.
We do have a News of the World type competition, the Champion of Champions, which takes place in Wales every year. There's regional qualifiers
123.
across the UK for that.
Yeah, that's the Red Dragon event, isn't it? I'll tell you what, if you have a look at the list of players that have won that and then gone on to do
85.
Gezi Price, Johnny Clayton.
Ryan Searle had a run in that event as well.
58.
Yeah, two that spring to mind that almost directly after really gave them the confidence to kick on.
Jim Williams won that and then won a tour card, didn't he, as well?
64.
Alex Small, the reigning champion of that particular event.
100.
As Hamilton reigns in his first max.
167.
It's part of the pressure on De Vrede all of a sudden.
Yeah, what a time to get it. Leg 5.
97.
How often
Carl
do we
Yorkshire,
say the
76.
importance of leg 5 in this format? That was his first max
Game shot
of the
fifth
match,
leg,
and he
Carl
pins
Hamilton.
76 for a 14 dart breaker throw. It's in your hands, Carl.
Talk about an incisive 5 darts that may have swung
like
the trajectory
Carol
of this
do
game and this
throwers.
group and this week in your favour.
Game on.
5 perfect darts.
What a time for a 14 dart break. It's in your hands, Carl. You have the darts.
99.
You have the power.
I'd like a heart monitor on the players just to get a read on
83.
how he's really feeling, because he looks cool enough.
I've heard a story of a player playing an event when, obviously, these smartwatches were first a thing with the tracking devices, and I've heard a story of a player going for a double for the match,
45.
and they had to stop because their watch was vibrating because it was saying, you need to calm your heart rate down, it's too high.
139.
Incredible leg. 99, 131, 139.
60.
132 points away
32.
from a place in the final.
And 6 darts to do it in.
50.
Was the tightest looking 3 darts of the leg.
60. Carl Yorkshire 85. Carl Yorkshire
So this is
32.
for tomorrow night to join the illustrious list of
Game
names that have
shot
made their
and
way
a match,
through.
Carl
And Carl
Hamilton.
Hamilton can join the cars. And look at what it means to him. A 4-2 winner against Ryan De Vrede. A point up to the heavens. He's going to be there. Look at what it means to Carl Hamilton. He's through to tomorrow night's final with a 4-2 win over Ryan De Vrede with an 84.82 average and 4 out of 9 on the doubles. Carl Hamilton will join Kevin Painter and Chris Lamman in tomorrow night's final. Coming up after the break, Franz Roach up against Tony O'Shea.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, and what a performance across 5 matches today from the man alongside me. Carl, congratulations. Coming into today, just 4 points, but you've won all your matches and you qualified for finals now. How are you feeling?
Really good, to be honest with you. I knew I had to win at least 4 today to have a chance, and the aim was always 5, and 5 we got. So.
Having won 4, you ended up in a straight shootout with Ryan de Vrede. It would have been tough to take, not getting through after winning all 4 matches before that.
I did it in Southampton against Ryan Finesse. He beat me by a leg, and I never got through, so I just drew on that experience and thankfully came through.
What was the difference today?
I feel like I'm a better player. I feel like the ADC has helped a lot with the vaults. Scotland, it's done amazing, and just giving us competition practice, and I never had that before because obviously it was lockdown in Southampton. So now I'm just a better player again, I think. And
obviously you had to do it the hard way after 2 wins yesterday, but it does put you on a roll going into finals night tomorrow. Yeah, definitely. Like, I'm just happy to be there at the minute, you know what I mean? Adrenaline and stuff, and obviously if I win it, absolute bonus, but I'm just happy to be there. Well, there's the league table. It looks nice, doesn't it? You're sitting on the top of it. Kevin Painter could usurp you if he wins his final match, but it's going to be you, Kevin, Chris Landman, and then 3 players from Group B. What's your message to the rest of the field ahead of tomorrow? I play better in front of a crowd, I always have, so I'll be better tomorrow. We will look forward to it. Well done today. Excellent stuff. A 5-star display from Carl Hamilton through to finals night, along with Kevin Painter. He'll play in the last game of the day against Kai Fan Long, but before that, Tony O'Shea taking on Franz Roach. Back to Henry and Chris.
Thank you very much, Murph. Great to hear from Carl Hamilton there after progressing his way through, and some really interesting lines to take from that as well. And he spoke about how with the ADC Vault Series, he's got more opportunities to play, and it's actually improved him as a player.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's one of the key elements of the structure of the ADC. It's open to all. There's only 128 players in the world, in the whole population, that's not allowed to play. Outside of that, open to everybody. Get stuck in, get involved, and like we've spoken about this week. There's even if you play a certain amount of matches and your averages are in a certain range, they even have tournaments for players of you know, who are just starting out, who are of limited ability, which I think is genius.
Because ultimately, darts is about progression, and
First leg,
look, darts is a game that everyone should be able to participate in, no matter of your levels. But what you don't want to do is put them in an arena where they're just going to get swallowed up. That's not doing anything for anyone.
No, your progress will be limited.
180.
Meanwhile, it also helps players that can do that, like hitting maximums for Franz Roach with the first visit of the match.
Well, that's the next level. You sort of get yourself qualified for this via the ADC, and from that experience you come down to here. And as we saw from Jack Hill, you know, it's perfect. Have we seen from Stephen Johnson? They'll go away now with pockets bulging full of knowledge of, right, I don't want to do that again, I want to try this, and all the stuff they'll pick up through an experienced practice room as well about preparation and routines. And then they come back and have another go, or they go back to the ADC and they're, you know, that little bit more knowledgeable and just that little bit more experienced and better under pressure. May learn things about counting, and yeah, it's just brilliant. It's perfect.
I know it's one of the things that you now quite enjoy about the series, is seeing these new faces, actually seeing them learn in this type of environment.
And then when you see them come back with that, you know, with that in the locker.
45.
And for example, look at the likes of Mike Huntley, who we saw as an ADT qualifier the first time he was here. Now he's a regular, not just on the screens here at the Super Series, but he's a regular at the World Seniors TV events now.
Friends, you require 161. $30.
Well, there's a whole host of players, isn't there, that played multiple times, you know, that, you know, may not, well, they're certainly limited in terms of experience, but, you know, even they
43.
Will be the first to say they learned so much and got so much out of it, and have gone on and got tour cards, qualified for Euro Tours, and look at Gian Van Veen.
41.
Absolutely flying right now.
Yeah, playing some excellent stuff as Gian. And we thought that out of that tour card list that came through
60.
who came through Q School and played here, that Jan had the best chance of really doing some good stuff on the Pro Tour.
Well, initially I wasn't quite so sure because I wasn't a fan of the throw, but the fact that he can replicate it, and it's proven to hold up, hasn't it?
34.
We had that weird situation last year where we had effectively a tour card holder with Scott Williams here, although we didn't have one because it was so far ahead of the Challenge Tour Met and he won his Pro Tour that he was going to be in the top 64 no matter what. So he had that kind of best of both worlds luxury last year.
Robert Owen as well.
Yeah, it's a quieter place about Robert. 1-0 Franz Roach.
It's not a better place.
No, we missed Robert.
Like Tony to throw first.
Good to see him doing his thing in the PDC. That's what it's all about.
That's the thing. We don't want to see him back. We don't want to see John Henderson next year.
Don't want to see Josh Payne back. We don't want to see Aaron Monk back. We don't want to see Jan Van Veen back. We don't want to see Connor Scott back. We don't want to see any of you back in the nicest way.
Yes. PDC's gain, our loss.
100.
Although I'm speaking to more and more players that are now questioning, is it best to have a tour card? And that
44.
That tells me there's a problem.
I mean, what we want to be is we want to be a feeder structure that can... There's going to be some players who like the idea of playing in this and enjoying that aspect of the game. But there's also other players that want to then progress their way through the ranks. And this is a great stepping stone for players. I mean, I suppose the ultimate goal for us is we have a player here
30.
that then in time goes on and then wins a major or does something like that.
Yeah, and puts it down to what they learnt and you know, we want to mould players of the future and the current players that are just not getting enough stage experience. Or competitive,
45.
winnable experience. You know, it's how many just get a tour card and all of a sudden do the business? Very few. Very, very few. It's still very much at the top level in terms of financial remuneration and elitist sport.
We can create a system to help the players as much as possible, then that is exactly what we're going.
Runs require 96.
And that's what the sport should be about, giving everyone a little bit of heads up and everyone helping each other as Roach goes to 96 for 2-0.
Well, we want to help the sport as well. We want to improve the sport any way possible. And that's just... I'm not a fan of that either.
36.
I'm sure you know in the scenario where O'Shea is struggling, we can say that. Surely you just play it sensible from this point because you know you're going to get opportunities, and it's a shame to see
60.
Tony struggling the way that he is. Tops.
40. Tony require 155.
It's unlikely. It's now impossible.
80. Franzi require 20.
Almost as unlikely as the 9 data that nearly happened. Or the 156. By Ryan de Vrede.
16. Tony requires 75.
But they all happened. Well, the 9 nearly did. The 156 definitely did. I think that's double 11.
53.
Well, that would have been one of the most miraculous double-double combinations we've ever seen on that stage. Not by design or choice. Yep. Yep. It's in! It's in! It's 2-0. It's been a long day.
They're like friends to throwers. Game on. 41.
Although that version of It's In didn't quite dangle like berries.
78. $81.
Where are you though on the persuasion of having that? We spoke yesterday about possibly having that event that has like we invite the top 16 amateur players and
77.
get it staged up and things like that as a showcase of the amateur side of the sport.
We do. It's called Champions Week, but it only involves 12.
60.
True story.
It's very true, very true.
Name me an amateur player or a player outside the top 128 that's not played or tried to qualify.
45.
Or at least has had an invite that they've not fancied. I can't think of
Not
too
many,
many.
is there?
140.
And we're going global as well next series. We're going to have Oceania involved, which is going to be great for us, especially when you consider our reigning champion is Oceanic and Raymond Smith.
100.
Hopefully we'll get to see him again over here soon. Obviously, travel reasons means we won't see him as much as we would like to, but we understand that obviously is
87.
and obviously prioritises a lot of work stuff as well, does Raymond. We'll be back over here later on this year to participate in both the World Championships, the WTF and
92.
PDC. Two left. Another.
74. $28. Franz, you require 18.
So double 9 for a 3-0 lead for Franz Roach.
Game shown the
And
third
it goes
leg,
3-0.
Roach. Fourth leg, Tony to throw first.
And it is.
Game on.
Look at two players who are, well, they're going for the mill here, aren't they? It's got to be said.
45. $45. $82. $85.
It's one of those horrible situations here as a darts player where you know that there's
82.
nothing to play for in terms of progression, and so you are playing through the motions, and well, you can visibly see it's two players who, well, they're trying,
140.
but it's difficult.
Yeah, it can work one of two ways. You literally just can play with absolute freedom, and sometimes it just will happen, but ultimately it's just two players that have found it tough going. Franz will be desperately disappointed. Got himself into a real good spot after yesterday.
41.
And as far as today has gone,
135.
just started to go wrong in the opening game, losing 4-3 to Ryan.
That was a game he was 3-0 up in as well, wasn't it?
Yeah. And he never really covered. Then lost to Kevin 4-2.
45. Tony require
Then lost to Kai
114.
4-2. Then lost to Carl 4-2.
41.
Yeah.
Franz, you require 145.
Could have been a real different day had he won that opening match.
We say about fine margins, don't we?
73. Tony requires 73.
To get a leg on the board for Tony. 73.
38. Franzi requires
You
72.
can tell he's getting really frustrated. Well, he looks up to the heavens for divine inspiration, but he may well see this game come and go now. Level 12.
Game shot.
And Franz
And a
Wout
match
seals a
for
4-0
Andrew.
victory against Tony O'Shea to round off both players' campaigns. A shake of the hand at the end of an attritional battle. It is Franz Wout who beats Tony 4-0.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
And two more tickets have been booked for finals night on Saturday. Kevin Painter and Carl Hamilton will be there, joining Chris Landman. Half the field now completed. All that's left to be decided in this group is which of them finishes in first position. And it's simple as this. If Kevin Painter wins this match, it will be him at the top of the pile. If he's defeated by Kai Fan Lung, then Hamilton will take top spot. Back to our commentary team, Henry and Chris, to guide you through the last match of the session.
Cheers, Murph. So one final run out. Painter against Kai Fan Lung will round off our group. It was the same vein that the group started in. Well, it was at 1 o'clock yesterday afternoon. It was like a long time ago, Chris.
Sorry about that, pal. Just tidying up my workstation in preparation for tonight's Group B. Don't forget, set your planner. 10 o'clock, Sporty Stuff TV. Conclusion of Group B, and there's going to be exciting because top three from tonight, despite
First leg, Kevin to throw
Cam
first.
Crabtree dominating
Game on.
proceedings. Well, as we've seen today, anything can happen. Eventually, Kevin Painter has qualified, but it was
97.
very much has limped over the line today.
Looking forward to seeing the artist tomorrow night. And he will be a draw for the crowd here.
44.
A big name here at the Super Series finals.
I mean, De Vereda will be thinking back to some of the matches that he's lost by the odd leg here and there,
100.
and they have cost him dear.
Well, you look at who's going to be participating at finals night already. You've got one of the best players of our tour card in Chris Landman.
30.
One of the biggest names in the sport in Kevin Painter. And we could tonight, and probably will tonight, see through one of the best young talents this sport has to offer.
135.
Yeah, I'm excited to not only see how Cam goes tomorrow night, I mean, looking at, I know finals night are different. I think we can not completely dismiss the numbers because they still have some relevance, but we've seen so often, whether it be Barry Van Peer,
43.
Alex last week, it just is very much all on the night. But I'm just excited to see where Cam is in a year, 2 years, 3 years.
Kevin, you require
Just watching the
126.
Won't be too far away for fighting for a tour card in the not too distant future.
And speaking of evolution, not just ADC,
46.
CDC, of course, it's that cross-border challenge event. Is it get underway this weekend or today?
21st and 22nd of April, so today I have to double check my diary these
95.
days.
I have to
Kevin, you
check my
require
diary
80.
just to find out what day it is.
Yeah, some good players playing in that.
Well, look how that started and where it is now. It's incredible.
60. Kyle, you require
great group of people behind that.
147.
Good pal of mine, Peter Satiro, I see a couple of times a year. Richard Astan's over there, isn't he? He's emceeing the event.
95. Kevin, you require 20.
Must be at the cross-border side.
Game shot of the
First leg in the leisure, Kevin Painter, 21 darter.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the CDC, even from its inception many years ago. And
Second leg, Kai
to see that's growth now and
game on.
how the players then get to represent that banner in the Worlds and in the
60.
World Series events. I am going to do everything I can at some point this year if I get enough time off to go over it, do a bit of comms.
100.
Let me know if you've got room for a small one.
$83.
Me about some of the names in there. Larry Butler, Leonard Gates, Danny Lowby taking part.
Yeah,
Jacob Taylor.
I'm not sure what's going on
59.
with Danny Baggish, but I know he pulled out, didn't he? So I'm not, everything's okay with Danny. Spellman in it?
Yep, Alex Spellman. Gary Mawson's going to be there.
Wow,
98.
that's a real blast from the past.
Chuck Pulio. Jacob Taylor we saw here. It's not going to be quiet because John Norman Jr. is there.
96.
I was impressed with Jacob Taylor, but there was another example of it just not going for him on finals night. But he looks a player. And Alex Spellman, I was super impressed with. I certainly
91.
wasn't expecting the level of performance that we saw from him. He looks a player.
That's taking place at the White Eagle.
95.
The CDC Cross-Border Darts Challenge. And that's going to see a number of players get World Series invites, isn't it, as well, on the back of it.
Yep.
96. Kevin, you require 151.
I do believe it is streamed as well. So if you've not had enough of us today,
91.
and then
Cairo
us tonight from 10
73.
till about 1:30, there you go. Wall-to-wall darts.
Game shot on the second
What a
leg. Kai
time.
Fenlong.
To be a player of any level. Look at the
Third leg, Kevin to
professional
throw
side of the
first.
game and the
Game on.
opportunities on offer.
Well, I just had a look at the first round draw of that event. John Norman Jr. against Danny Lowby.
Wowzers, that could be lively.
92.
Because Danny don't keep his emotions bottled in, does he?
Leonard Gates also in action.
85.
Is that Warnock?
Steve Warnock, yeah.
Thinking of
Neil.
Neil.
85.
You've got to die to win that competition.
Still going, isn't he? Managing.
Mm.
Was he 74 or something? 75?
Yeah, have you
121.
ever seen that? There's a video on the internet of him and Pep Guardiola. There's a video between both of their coaching mythologies. It's
140.
if you've got time between sessions, I'd go and give it a little bit of a Google because it's quite entertaining. There is an explicit language warning, as you could expect with a Neil Warnock video.
140. 94.
Well, you could have
I require
forgiven Kevin to have just taken
155.
his foot off the gas here because, as we said, it's pretty much a dead rubber, but he wants to finish on top.
Because it gives you advantages in terms of where you're placed into tomorrow night. So everything matters at the Super Series. Whoever finishes second will be playing Chris
131.
Landman in the first game
you
tomorrow
require
night, and no
90.
one really wants that prospect.
Good point. Well made.
If I made up for earlier.
34.
Oh,
I require 24.
that's a punishable offence.
Game shot on the third leg. Kai Fenlong.
Oh, it's a 14-dart breaker throw there for Kai Fan Lung, who's averaging 87, is actually getting better as the group goes along. He'll be ruining a
Fourth
poor
leg
start
tie
at the
to
beginning of proceedings,
Rovers.
because actually, if he wins this game,
Game on.
he'd only finish 2 points off Kevin Painter in the whole group.
Yeah, and listen, we were all aware of the struggles for Kai Fan Lung coming into this.
96.
Everything you sort of play in nowadays is dart for dart recorded, whether it be on Darts Atlas or Dart Connect or Darts for
45.
Window, which is archaic. Can't even believe that's still around. That was around on dial-up, I think. That. So yeah, we were aware that he was struggling, but
46.
he will have taken a lot out of some of his better performances and moments. Not ideal for him, but listen, when you accept your invitation, you don't know
59.
how you're going to be playing in 2 months' time, 3 months' time, and that's just the way it works out.
And there's no hiding place either. You are open and exposed to the elements.
140.
Great place if you're playing well, but if you're struggling a little bit, it can be somewhere that finds you out.
46.
But again, they've got the advantage where they've got 10 recorded matches on video that can go back, look back, scrutinise, analyse all the rest of it.
Yep.
99.
Have a look at what worked, what didn't work, what you were trying throughout the course of the day. That works.
190. I require 120.
The ladder.
$45.
It's going to come back with Painter back on 171.
$44. Kai requires 75.
51-24, 17-18 tops.
$35.
Not to be, so it's going to be
Kevin, you require
127 in game.
127.
And the fourth flag.
Well, we now know karaoke and impressions aren't your thing. Slams it in the 60 to leave double four, just in case.
Kai require 40.
Tots a 3-1. Two tens. In the den, and 3-1 Kai Fan Lung leads against Kevin Painter.
Kevin has the darts though.
Fifth leg Kevin to throw first.
Trying to utilise that advantage, start big and build.
$100.
Sounds a solid enough start.
$45.
Mind it. That Group B concludes tonight at 10 p.m. Your double dose of darts here at the Super Series. Chris Mason
45.
is making his way up to the balcony to have a chat with Chris Murphy about everything that we've seen today at the Super Series, where we know that Carl Hamilton and Kevin Painter are
100.
both going to be into tomorrow night's final. We'll find out the final three identities to join them too, and Chris Lamb in that finale a little bit later on this evening.
44. $95. $56. $38. $60.
So 6 darts here for Kai Fan Lung to get this job done.
$125.
Leaves himself on a 2-darter. All Kev can do is hit and hope. Try and lay up. Try and set up.
100.
96 plays 98, but it's Kai Fan Lung first to the finish. It's going to be 2 darts for the match at double 19. And Kai Fan Lung rounds off a 4-1 win to seal the group. And so we know that Kevin Painter is going to be into tomorrow night's final. He's going to join Carl Hamilton, but Painter will finish second in the group, courtesy of that 4-1 win there for Kai Fan Lung. Well, let's go up to the balcony, get some thoughts and analysis of the 2 Chris's upstairs.
Yeah, thanks, Henry. It didn't matter at all, that defeat for Kevin Painter in the end. But what it did affect was the table. It means that Carl Hamilton, after this stunning day, 5 wins, tops it and goes through to finals night as the group winner.
40-1 shot this morning. If you were on that, well done. Yeah, he's played brilliant. 5 out of 5. Good finishing, some clutch finishing under pressure, some great scoring at right times. And for Kevin, it was just a case, I think, you know, for him, just getting over the line, getting back to the hotel and trying to work some ointment or some magic into that shoulder.
Yeah, a word on the players that have dropped out. Look, we knew Kai Fan Lung, even though he's ended up on 10 points in the end, just 2 adrift, and Tony O'Shea weren't really going to make it. But Franz Roach was in the same position as Painter this morning, top of the table. He's had a disastrous day.
Yep, and it started off with a 4-3 defeat, didn't it, where he was he 3-0 up and he got pegged back. And again, we've seen that on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesdays, that some of the players just don't recover from a negative start. And we say it so often in this format that each game's got to be, you've got to treat it individually and then you just fire back. It's not a game of that mentality or a format of that mentality where it's knockout darts. You know, the only time we see that scenario is in the before the semi-finals on finals night. But Ryan de Vrede batted very, very well.
Well, he was 3-1 up in a match, wasn't he? One leg away from actually qualifying.
Yeah.
And then he lost it 4-3.
And then it all went wrong. Kai Fan Long, I thought, today, much better. And that's you know, we knew he was coming into this out of form. And I think he's used his time here well, because by the back end of today, he was playing some tidy stuff in and out. So, you know, it wasn't the ideal scenario, but when you accept your invitation here, you can't predict form.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, let's get confirmation of our finalists then. Chris Landman was the first man to go through. He won Group A. We can now see Carl Hamilton and Kevin Painter through from Group C.
And I think that, sorry, Chris, I think that means as well, with Hamilton winning that group, he will actually avoid Landman in the...
Yeah, and yeah, that's interesting as well. He did say he plays better in front of a crowd, though. Landman's had a couple of days off. I'm not sure Painter will mind playing Landman, because he did give him a thrashing on Wednesday.
Yeah, and he's so much difference in levels of experience as well, and Kevin will know how to get himself up for those big matches.
Well, 3 places remain. Group B gets underway this evening, well, resumes this evening, got underway last night, 10 p.m. Let's have a look at the table going into the final session. Cam Crabtree looks pretty much home and hosed, by far the best performer in that group, and Sean McDonald in a decent position as well.
Yeah, I mean, everybody except Jack Hill. I mean, listen, mathematically, Jack Hill could still make the top 3. It's unlikely with the players above him. But Conterman's still in with a shout. I mean, he's going to have to win maybe 4 out of 4. McDonald could probably would get away with winning half of his matches tonight. As we say, the opening night of Group B on the Thursday, main priority is to win 50% of your matches, and you're right in the mix, as is Mike Gillett.
However, we just saw today, Carl Hamilton only won 2 yesterday. Is that what the players who are playing tonight need to do? Just look at that and go, well, if I win or 4 out of 4, I'm going to go through.
And we've seen it before many times, where someone's been on the bottom after night 1 of Group B, got through on the Friday, won it on the Saturday. You know, it doesn't define your week being in the bottom end of Group B on a Thursday night. What defines your week is getting through to the finals night and going on and winning it.
Yeah, and we will know the full field at the end of this evening's session. It gets underway at 10 p.m. live on Sporty Stuff TV, and viewers around the world can also watch on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. That's Group B. But in Group C this afternoon, well, it was a 5-star showing from Hamilton, who progresses with Painter. We'll see you tonight.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the MODUS Super Series Champions Week final. We are live on Sporty Stuff TV here at the MODUS Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And now would you please welcome to the stage the first of our finalists. It's the Barbarian, Conan Whitehead. And now would you please welcome to the stage his opponent. It's the gambler, Graham Usher!
Let the mood settle here at the Modus Live Lounge. Let the nerves present themselves, because these guys are about to play one of, if not the biggest game of their lives. In a monetary sense, it is without a doubt the biggest game of their lives, because they've never played for 10 grand before. But they know for a fact that they've got 10 grand in the back pocket already, but they want 10 more. And they want to be the first person to win a Champions Week under this roof. Two of the biggest hitters in Super Series history. They have 6 wins between them.
First leg, it's Conan to throw first. Game on.
Incredible respect between these two. Great to see. But this is Conan Whitehead, who came through that thrilling semi-final with Darryl Pilgrim.
100.
What do we say about those semi-finals, Corinne Hammond, my esteemed co-commentator for this final? How did they get
24.
themselves into the same sort of bubble after the adrenaline spikes they've had in the last hour?
I know, it's just amazing, really, but they've passed those
95.
semis, and now they're into the final. How have they geared themselves up for this? Let's just hope that this match is as enthralling as the last two semi-finals have been.
180!
Well, that is an incredible turnaround there for Graham Usher, who didn't start particularly well in this leg, but he's definitely sped
22.
up a bit. Not one person has left
100.
this crowd over the last couple of hours. Everybody wants to see who picks up that trophy. If I was in the player's shoes right now, it's not about the money.
100.
It's about one word: legacy. To be the first to do something is a big deal.
60.
I was just going to say champion.
Great word.
Everybody wants to be a champion.
And if you think about
21.
the career of these guys, well, with all due respect,
Graham, you require 137.
Graham Usher's done in his career. He won the Lincolnshire Open back in 2019, which is a
40.
big county tournament. But this is bigger.
$131.
Absolute fantastic.
Graham, you require
shot from Conan
97.
there to put the real pressure on Graham to take out this 97 for the opening leg.
Does he go double-double? No, he doesn't. Doesn't need to.
85. Conan, you require
So
32.
much in the way of tension out there as Conan goes for double 16.
Game shot
First
on the
blood,
first one.
Whitehead.
Conan Whitehead.
Look, he's definitely got some fans out there.
That's probably just Shira Lee that you can hear.
Second leg, it's Graham to throw first. Game
One
on.
down, 3 to go. And when you're playing against Graham, you don't have to
100.
wait too long for your turn.
No, it's a really great pace, this match, as, you know, the last couple of games have been as well.
42.
That treble 18 switch does not come up trumps this time.
121.
Just looking through the career of Conan Whitehead, he was part of the England international team in
25.
2018. Playing for England with the likes of Daniel Day, a good friend of his, Mark McGeaney, who we saw
45.
very recently here at the Super Series, Scott Baker, who we also saw. Some great England players in that squad, including someone who was sitting in this very seat
100.
7 days ago, Scott Mitchell. If you're watching, Scott, very good morning to you. But if you look at the individual efforts of
105.
Whitehead in his career, he doesn't have a title of note. So by that virtue, and looking at Graham's career as well,
140.
this is
Graham, you
without a shadow of a
require
doubt
130.
the biggest game of their lives. There's 109 left.
40.
And Whitehead is very much in this leg. You just wonder if Conan has shattered his stem, and maybe that's why the flight was on the floor. That's why you've always got to carry spares, folks. I was on that stage just over a week ago, and one of the points in my darts came out. It's a good job I had a spare one in the case.
A spare point? How would you get that back in there like that? Oh,
yeah, the point is still out of the dart.
Yeah.
I had to go to a very different setup. I had a dart in the case with a different point, and I just had to use it for the rest of the night.
58. Graham, you require 90.
That's the first time it's ever happened in my career. But let's see what Graham can do with 65 left.
50.
He gives Conan a free hit at
Conan, you require
136.
136.
Graham
96.
can't miss this time.
Graham, you require 40.
Double 10.
Thank you. $30.
you have to wonder
Conan, you require
whether that
40.
just put him off his rhythm there.
He is a rhythm player. He likes to get rid of those darts really quickly. And that was as slow a visit as you will ever get from Usher.
Game shot
Incredibly,
the second there.
that's a 20
Conan
dart break of
Whitehead.
throw, and Whitehead now will serve first for a 3-0 lead.
Third
I know
leg,
that
it's
Whitehead's
Conan
got
to
his
throw
fans out
first.
there, but there's still
Game on.
a great deal of sportsmanship between these two players.
Conan has to know that he was lucky in that leg there, so he's not going to take anything for granted.
140.
And there you see Usher's had 5 chances at doubles in the first 2 legs. He's missed them all, whereas Whitehead is 50%, which is pretty
63.
good. And maybe the gambler is running out of chips again. The last time he was running out of chips, he found some more. Somehow, but he's going to have to dig very deep from here.
He's going to have to go to his back pocket now,
140.
see what's in his back pocket.
The old reserve chips. We have to get the checkbook out.
121.
The strength of the scoring from Whitehead all of a sudden is giving him breathing space.
He's feeling
95.
comfortable and confident. He's got a 2-leg buffer here, so you have to be feeling a little more relaxed now. He feels like he can just get up
45.
there
Conan, you
and
require
continue playing. And the more
126.
treble 20s he hits or treble 19s he hits, then you know that's just going to escalate it even further. Doesn't want to be hitting any ones though,
40.
but knows that he will be back for the 86 with Graham back on 272.
There was a call there for maybe bullseye at 25 with the last dart. 25 would have left him on
125.
something a bit
Conan, you
more
require
gettable.
86.
Now he's got to go 18 for bull. Very safe single. Button.
46.
Ooh! He's
Graham, you
laid
require
up.
147.
Wow, did not see that coming. And we know how good Graham is on these big checkouts.
He gambles. He doesn't hit.
83. Conan, you require
Conan's
40.
gamble. Does it pay off?
Game shot.
Double
the third
5.
leg. Conan
What a
Whitehead.
story that double has had tonight. 3-0 Whitehead in the final. And Usher now needs to double
Fourth
down
leg, it's Graham to throw
twice
first.
if he
Game
wants
on.
to get the jackpot. Incredible stuff. Make no mistake, this is a vociferous
41.
atmosphere here at the MODUS Live Lounge. A heavily Whitehead audience. Maybe a touch of genius in bringing so many people here.
180.
He means business.
What is this going to do
95.
potentially for Whitehead's darts career? Just to re-emphasize something we said earlier in the evening, around 7 or 8 months ago, He wasn't even throwing
100.
darts. He didn't want to do it anymore. He came back to us. He said, I want another crack. He won his first week back.
60.
He's won another week since then to get here. He's one of the most prolific weekly winners on the Super Series roster.
100.
Funnily enough, he did mention to me, oh, actually, I don't know whether it was him or Shirley, mentioned that since the birth of his daughter,
100.
Ada, who happens to be 3 months
Conan,
old
you
today,
require
as in
121.
Sunday, he's all of a sudden found his absolute hunger to win again.
Are you telling me that he could win
77.
on his daughter's birthday?
No, she's 3 months old today.
Ah, 3 months.
Yeah.
It's good enough for me.
41.
Is 44
Conan, you require
good enough
44.
for Cole?
I bet his heart is pumping at 1,000,000 miles an hour at this point.
Double 16.
Game
Whitehead wins the
and
title and wins the jackpot along with it. Under the confetti here at the MODUS Live Lounge, Whitehead is the man. He is the last man standing, and he is the person that cannot be moved from the pinnacle here of stage 1. 4-0 in the final. He just had too much in the arsenal for the gambler. What a stage. What a Champions Week. What a finals night. And that may be the catalyst for the career of Conan the Barbarian.